Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo goo goo. Painting goo. Hi. Let's do it, Myro. Let's get these 30 mortals ready for some beauty. Painting goo. Painting goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo goo goo. Painting goo. I had too much sake last night. Painting me, painting you. Painting goo. Painting goo. Painting goo. A parrot is stuck to the stool. I need to stop smoking. Here we go. Painting goo. 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 Painting goo. Sip, sip. Painting goo 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 goo. Yes, painting fucking goo. Painting goo. Painting goo. Painting goo. Oh, get that chief rolling. Painting goo. Goo, 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 goo. Bring it home, Myro. You marvelous monkey, you. Painting goo. Goo, 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 goo. Oh, sip. Remind these mortals what beauty is, beautiful monkey. Painting goo. It's painting goo. It's faking goo. Faking painting. Goo, goo, goo. Goo, 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 goo. It's so beautiful. It'll make me weep. Such beauty. Given for free. Monday to Friday, you. To you pathetic 30 mortars. And of course, my beloved Japanites. Greetings, my beloved Japanites, and all you foreign dogs, 30 mortars, niggers, niggerettes, kaijus, vagrants. A moment whilst I just into a proper painting goo posture. Glorious. One of my favorite things to do in the day is to descend into proper painting goo posture. To firmly shove my ass into this stool and create that Homer-esque notch in the leather. How dare I? I almost said an error. 'Tis not rather, is rather. Oh, right. I am slightly rejuvenated. This week has been chaotic and inconsistent. This vexes me. So, today's painting goo shall be full of chi and beauty. With the occasional flirty metal tunage, because I don't know about you, but this song gets my juices flowing. And not in a sexual way. I mean in a chi way. In the way of chi. It does. It is. Just watch what this song does to my neck and like chin. Metal this filthy is all in the face and the neck. Within the Ruins, a former favorite of mine. Haven't heard them in a while. How fortuitous that only a few hours ago they dropped this on the YouTuber. Demon Killer. I love it. Enjoy the tunage as I rode this parrot. My horror is a foreign. First, the whiter. The Monkey King and I would often listen to such tunage. Chinese heaven was a vibrating with chuggy tunage back in the day. So flirty. Within the Ruins, 2 acre in Diberu. I fert a gepu, but it did not come. Painting goo goo goo. And now for the brack. The brack in my soul. The first like 20 seconds of this song is actually my favorite. As much as this song crushes, I genuinely think that the song goes downhill after 25 seconds, but only a little bit. I think the first like 20 seconds is some of the slappiest, jiggiest, grooviest, metalist shit I have heard in a while. Plus it's called Demon Killer. Remember to keep your bitches clean. Keep them wet. And beat them regularly. Nobody likes a dry, stiff bitch. Ooh. Go, 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 go. is so groovy. It is darkly beautiful. Indeed, Desmondu. This is the kind of music that puts hair on your little virgin chest. I wanna listen to the first like 20 seconds of this again. This is some of the grooviest shit I've heard in God knows how long. And it only came out a few hours ago. Like, not that it only came out. I was like on YouTube and shit, and making coffee, had the laptop up on the kitchen table, and it was like, are you serious? They dropped this on YouTube 2 hours ago? I haven't listened to Within the Ruins since they came out with Gods Amongst Us or Gods Amongst Men or some shit, like, which was like, I'll put that on in a minute. It's fucking unreal. Like a former mate of mine introduced them to me like years ago, back when they had like a Tractor Pull and Ataxia and stuff. They actually have their songs Ataxia. There's like fucking 3 of them, and they're really fucking cool. Like, really good band. Like, I agree with like a lot of people in the comment sections of that song that like they're quite underrated. Like, you don't hear about them. Like, look at like 2acre fucking like who are these? That's not the only time I've done that to you, eh, brother? Fucking my friend, the friend that introduced these guys to me, fucking did that to me lots back in the day, where he was like, check these out, and they were just like, they became my favorite band or something. Like, that happened like a few times, and then like it was weird. It was like he taught me how to look for awesome tunes or something. Like I actually get, like, if anybody ever asked me like where did you get your taste in music or something, because the amount of different shit that I listen to, it's from that guy. I had a friend for years that had a really, really, really high quality taste in music, and I just used to listen to like some of the best shit around, and it wasn't always metal. Do you know what I mean? Like, he'd pick the tunes even out of the mainstream that was like, yeah, like, this person's a fucking fag, but like, this song slaps. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, here's a prime example. I know fucking Sam Smith is a fucking demonic ridden like fat gay guy and all now. Like, and like, unfortunately, he could like really sing back in the day. So like, it's like one of those like, what happened, nigga? But it's all the same. But like, every time that tune comes on, what's it called? Unholy. Doing something unholy, like do, like the fucking the background music and like the vocals he's doing at the time and all. Like, every time that comes on, like, me and the female are like, yeah, the song slaps. Like, and I've said it before, I'm like, but it's so dark. Like, you know? And I had the thought, I kind of want to like express this, because I know you guys like, I know you guys like it when I like fucking think out loud and like share shit and shit, like. But I think like it was a weird synchronicity that this song, and it's called Demon Killer and all, it's really funny. It's like this week is like ending with a lot of like, for me personally anyway, but like you guys will probably relate because it always happens. With the festival coming up and stuff like that, like, there's a lot of like, you know, there's a lot of energy floating around, positive and negative, because there's a lot of haters out there. And this song for me just popping up in my feed and only dropping like today, and I was like, that's a bit weird. And then I've discussed a lot on this stream about the concept of like, how do you fight an enemy without honor? Do you have to like forego your honor to do you have to become honorless? Do you have to behave in an honorless fashion to be able to engage in conflict with those who have no honor? You know, because if you maintain honor, quite often what happens is like, you give them inadvertently give them an advantage, you know. Atypical cases, like, or a stereotypical example of that would be like, you know, the movies or the storylines of a bad guy who knows that the hero doesn't care about his own life, so he doesn't threaten the hero with death. He threatens an innocent with death, and therefore forces the hero to act because the hero cares. The villain doesn't care. What's the fucking Batman and Joker, where he holds the bitch out the window, and he's like, "Let her go." Poor choice of words, and lets her go. Like, do you know what I mean? It's a really, like, you know, philosophy, or like, you know, good and evil psychology 101 is like, because you care, because you are good, because you are moral, this will be used against you. by those who choose to do evil, or who are evil, or whatever. Like, and that's such a beautiful example of that. Is like, I know you don't give a fuck about you dying, because the idea of sacrificing yourself for the greater good and those around you is how you behave. So I'm going to threaten what you won't sacrifice. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to threaten that which you care about and all. Like, and that, like, I think that's like like, for me personally anyway, I think that's like something I've noticed lately in my life and on a grander scale in the bear community I'm on, where like the more moral you get and the more stuff you do, the more effective you become as an individual. The more intense your life gets, and the more intense your trials become. Like, I've had an intense week, like, for all sorts of reasons. I'm not gonna go into the details and all. Like, I'm not gonna sit here for like God knows how long, being like, and this happened and this happened. But it's been an intense week and lots of stress. But a few things happened this morning that were like, shit. I mean, like, if all those things hadn't happened, we wouldn't have ended up where we are now. And that's happened to me a lot lately, like in the last few years, where it's like, while you're in the storm, you're like, how the fuck are we going to get out of this? But you just maintain as best you can. We're going to get out of this. We're going to get out of this. We're going to get out of this. Something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. And it's like a biblical thing, like, do you know what I mean? Because there's all those stories you hear of being like, fucking, they went for this X period without this, or like he climbed the mountain for this long, or like he was like fasting for whatever, and then he saw it, he had a vision, and blah blah. It's like, I always get reminded of if you've never seen the movie Master and Commander, watch it. It's a fantastic movie, and there's a scene in it where an old sailor, an old deckhand, who got shot in the head, right, and went into a fucking coma, and then the doctor ends up doing surgery on the boat in front of all the sailors, and puts like a coin, like a metal coin, like in the dude's skull and shit. There's like this hilarious bit where it's like, oh, that was his brains, doctor, and he's like, no, and he like moves a bit of like congealed blood out of the way, and he goes, those are his brains, and they're all like, oh, like, it's a fucking brilliant movie. But there's a bit in it where like that old dude recovers and like starts talking again. Like, there's a scene where like he spoke and he's like, like, later on in the movie, near the end, they're in this like horrible fucking storm, and there's like, ship break and rope snap and all this stuff, like, and one of the characters looks at the old man and he's just like this, gripping a rope, but he's like showing the person his hands, and on his fingers are the words "hold fast" tattooed on his fingers. And I always thought, like, that image is like seared into my mind, where it's like, that's a really simple way to put metaphorically the struggles of day-to-day life, especially if you're trying to be in any way, shape or form moral in today's society, with all the things going on, especially the last like 20-30 years. You just hold fast, just like this, the harder life comes at you, the harder you should squeeze, because I've been in the other place where there's a massive amount of temptation to let go, and I have let go, and then quite quickly you realize that, like, oh fuck, I've let go, what the fuck have I done, like, and you start grasping to try and clamor to get back to what you want to hold on to, but fucking stupid you let life get to you and you let it go. So like this whole concept of like, how do we first, why you get to why you combat evil, and then we've all like pretty much like figured that out for ourselves. It's like, well, this is why I do this and this is why I do this and blah blah, like, you set those things in stone, draw those lines, but then it's like, how do I actually like combat the dark forces within and without? And there's a line in that song, I wanted to bring up the lyrics of this tune to see Because, you know, with fucking metal, like, you'd have to listen to it like 1,000 times or be really good with that shit to know exactly what he's saying. But I did catch a few words where he's like, if the heavens won't stand beside me, if the heavens won't stand at my side, then to hell with the divine. It's time to fight evil with evil instead of like fighting fire with fire. And like, I think there's something to like. I think there's an intense amount of gravy in that, where quite often some of the best stories that are ever told, the lines are blurred between good and evil in the characters. Where like you'll have a guy who like does really seemingly evil shit from the outside, but then you see why he's doing it, what his motives and intentions are, and from his perspective, you're like, oh, I get it now. Which is very similar to, like, you know, Owen's recent analyzation and realization of the whole elite, you know, mindset, where it's like, well, what would you do? You know, how would you deal with people like this? How would you deal with demons? You know, because that's what a lot of people have become. That's what a lot of people are choosing to be, is these mindless fucking, you know, demons. Like, and it's like, you can't communicate with evil from a good perspective, because it not only does it typically not understand or relate, a lot of the time it doesn't want to. It's like you're you know what I mean? Like, it's like trying to sell something to someone who has no interest in what you're buying. Like, you know what I mean? Where it's just like, look, you could fucking pitch me everything you want to pitch me. It's kind of, like that realization's in the Bible. Like, and I haven't even read that much of it. Where like I read that one story, which is quite early on in the Bible. Even the short one that I have, the short story version that somebody gave to me. I remember reading this passage where it was like it came across like Jesus was starting to get frustrated with people, because this guy came to him and asked him for help, and he was like, how many of you do I need to save? How many of you do I need to teach these things? How many times do we need to say this shit before you people will fucking like just wake the fuck up and leave me the fuck alone? Like, and I really related to that, because like I had that in like earlier on in my life with my mother, because of the like just the pathological lying and shit. It's like, how many times do like your own children need to like try and shake sense into you, like, do you know what I mean? But it just never happens. Like, well, not that it never happens. It's up to the individual. It's one of the certain things in life. It's like only the person in question can actually change the thing. Like, do you know what I mean? No matter how much evidence or how much desire there is or want in the people around them of like, you need to change, we care about you, like all of these fucking things. It's like none of that will work if the person themselves does not desire change, you know? So it's like fascinating to me to see all this stuff culminating in my mind over the last couple of, I'd say, week and a half. And then this song about slaying, like, you know, killing demons, and then some of the lyrics I heard where it was like you know, about like I was saying, where it was like fucking, oh, I forgot to type in lyrics. How do you deal with an enemy that has no honor if what you're all about is like no, there isn't one, not yet anyway. Not surprising, it's only out a few hours. But anyway, I'm kind of rambling right now. What I'm getting at is like just like I find a similarity between what I'm saying right now, and you see where like the Churchians like turned around to Owen and were like, well, then you're not Christian then if you don't understand this or whatever. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like that line, well, if the heavens won't stand by my side, then to hell with the divine, you know, like, or whatever the fuck he says, like, I'm gonna fight evil with evil. And it doesn't, like, to me anyway, like, I don't know the person's, you know, the dude's intent with writing the fucking thing or whatever. I'd have to read the context of the lyrics. That's why I wanted to look them up. But just hearing that kind of resonated with me, where I'm like, there are so many stories like that, like someone who kills a pedophile. That's a perfect, and I just caught up with fucking his talk with the pedo hunter. Fucking it was hilarious when I seen Alex Rosen came up in the Telegram. I was like, I thought I saw my name, Alex Roach, and I was like, I'm not talking to what the fuck. And then I seen him was Rosen. But you know when you just see something quick that's very similar, it's only a few letters off. Like I was like, what? You know when you're like, what are they saying my name for? What's going on? Like, um, it's really frustrating and like seemingly contradictory in a moral sense when you see someone kill a pedophile and then go to prison for it. Because we've seen that like take place where some guy takes, you know, the law in quotes or whatever into his own hands and does something that on paper is evil, because like apparently the Bible says thou shalt not kill, you know, and this dude just went and killed someone. But pretty much everyone in those scenarios is like, nah, yeah, I'd have done the same thing. Like, you know, like, what? Like, there's loads of people always being like, he shouldn't be going to prison. Do you know? Like, or like, he should, like, you know, he should be fucking exonerated, or he should be, like, you know, he should get a medal, like, for doing what he did. He shouldn't be getting, like, jail time, like. And, but that's not how it works, like, do you know what I mean? It's like, no, but, like, you did kill a guy, though, so, like, that's not okay. Like, and I do understand, like, the technicalities of it and the, like, the meta of that, where it's like, just because we're all in agreement doesn't mean that we can't not put him in prison, because then that would actually give precedent to, that would set a precedent for future cases where like popularity or mob rule can just like overturn a fundamental law, you know. Like, I do understand that's why it happens, like, but it's, I think we're approaching a time where things are going to get so morally depraved, like we're going to get like, you know, Babylon in modern era, and it's going to like appear quite quickly, because like the speed that people can build things nowadays, and like 3D printing, like they're learning it, like, yeah, not that they're learning, like I've seen for a few years now that like they can like 3D print fucking buildings and shit. So like the pace is quickening of all this shit, like, you know. And I can see a situation quite soon, like next 10 to 15 years, where there's such horror out there, but it's juxtaposed and, like, you know, contrasted against, like, you know, communities like the Living Free movement or Bartaria or what would be another one, like, I don't know, like Biocharisma is its own thing, but like, you know, and he does have a community, but I don't, have they done events yet? I'm not sure. But like, my point is it's not like the Bears are the only people doing this shit. There's plenty of people doing this shit. Even that guy that owned that fucking gym, like, he's a massive, like, that's a community. It's all centered around a gym and a guy who owns a gym who did something moral. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, that's how that shit happens, where like there's a single flame in the dark, and then a load of people go, oh, there's light over there, and then they go over and then they light their own flame, and now the next thing you know is like there's like a vast expanse of darkness that has now been pushed back by all of these, like, you know, individuals becoming a community, like, you know. And it does seem that we're going to have this really interesting, like I've said this loads of times before, that like I see both happening. I see us coming into this stage where you're going to have the Judge Dredd style fucking megacities, and at the same time outside that you're going to have these beautiful, like, you know, flourishing communities with kids running around catching butterflies and all this stuff, like, you know, like fucking picturesque, idyllic stuff. But then you go a couple of 100 miles or even 10 miles in some instances, and you'll come across these like vast expanses of concrete and steel and plastic and glass that like look alien nearly, like, do you know what I mean? And fucking there's just going to be all these like weirdos walking around who don't even look human anymore, where they have like implants and augmentations and helmets and fucking, like, do you know, it's not like people are just walking around wearing hats anymore. You'll have people walking around with an augmented reality helmet in a fucking synthetic orgasm suit, where they're like those fucking, what's that, like, is it the Children of the Empire or some shit out of Warhammer, where you're gonna have these people walking around just constantly like fucking, you know, squirting inside their like orgasm suit, and they're walking down the street just being like going to get more
pharmaceutical drugs for their fucking, skin deficiencies because they don't get enough like vitamins in their life. Like, do you know, it's like, if you've ever seen the movie Surrogates, is a really good example of like the stuff we're looking at, where like you just have these people plugged into their pods, and then they like the android that they're fucking wirelessly connected to like is actually what's going inside and doing everything. But like, it's just how this is how this is going to come to an apex, because it will. Do you know what I mean? Like, fucking like biblically, historically, it all like things end. There's like these massive paradigm shifts where like a whole fucking slew of people get murdered, or like a flood happens, or like, something like. And I can see a situation where people who don't even look human anymore, so you could mistake them for like aliens or monsters or demons, will come flooding out of these cities and will be slain in their droves by farmers who are just like protecting their private land. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can see that happening. I could see kind of like a zombie apocalypse thing where like it's been 100 years of beauty over here and ugly over here, and the ugly is gonna like froth over like a fucking stuck up toilet, and it's just gonna spill out into the gap between ugly and beautiful, and it's going to like seek out stuff to feed on, because that stuff is innately, and like, its nature is parasitic. So once they eat themselves alive to the point where they can't anymore, they will then seek the good again to take the good and pervert it, because that's how they survive. They can't independently exist. And you can argue that good can, but then I think the inverse of that is, if you are only good and all you know is good, then you will probably eventually become so weak that a wild boar could like terrorize like a whole fucking village of like 500 people, because the men wouldn't know how to commit violence against like a wild pig. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that would be the opposite of it, where stuff gets so like just good. It's like no harm, no violence. We don't even eat meat anymore. We just eat fruit. It's like the Garden of Eden again. And then like a single snake just like rolls in and fucks everything up. Like, so like, because that's not how it's going, I'd say that's what's like the first thing is what I said is going to happen. I could see that happening, where like you're going to have all these beautiful communities, but the reason they have these beautiful communities is because they saw how bad things were getting. So they've moved out and they've built fences and they've like become anti-fragile and strong and moral and all this shit. And then time will go by and then all the evil will come flooding this way, because they're like, we need bodies, like, everything back there is just plastic and steel. Like, and well, like that's probably why they're so interested in AI and transhumanism. Oh my god, how funny would that be? I just had a thought, actually. How funny would it be if they all just unanimously and simultaneously, in an effort to become transcendent, they all just committed suicide at the same time? That's a possibility. Like, because if they all genuinely think that they can transcend and they can download their consciousness into a computer, what if what if they could they get like the Babylonian megacity world gets to such a stage where like everybody is consenting to this, like, be like it's a cult, so like it would make sense that, like, could you imagine if it actually ended up like that, where they actually all just fucking died overnight of their own hand? Like, oh, that'd be brilliant. But anyway, yeah, I needed to go on a bit of a rant there, because I have all these like thoughts swimming around my mind of like how all this is culminating, and shout out to Bowler Bear. That letter was fucking deadly. I heard my name out of nowhere during the letter. I was like, he was like reading the letter out, I was laughing along. Polar bear's a fucking funny fucker, man. Like, and and then a defender bear, and I was like, what? And he's like, he nearly got his hands amputated for playing too many video games. It's like, what the fuck? He literally says something hilarious about everyone. Like, I don't talk to Bowler. I've had one stream with Bowler on Bear Banter. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, we don't know each other. Like, you know, but that fucker. Like, the first time he took the piss out of me with the parasites and all, he obviously just hears shit on the streams and is like, okay, like, I wonder if he writes that shit down or he just has an excellent memory. Like, but oh man, it felt like that cheered me right up. When he was like, you know, now he shares. Now he uses his hands to share beautiful things while dressed as a samurai leprechaun. But it's like that. That's why I love this community. Like, do you know what I mean? Is like that's happened a few times to me. Where I'm not the only one. People say it all the time. Like the synchronicities, if when you're a part of this community and you're on the same vibe and you're like, you know, you're trying to maintain. Trying to carry your cross metaphorically and all that stuff. Like, I've had so many synchronicities where like I'm really struggling, you know, like I'm like really down in the dumps and shit, and then anything could come out of nowhere in the bear community and just make me laugh, like belly laugh, and it genuinely does like relieve like a lot of tension. Like I was just like I wasn't expecting that, like and like when you hear your name, like it makes you feel like, because I don't like really interact with the community that much, like, do you know what I mean? Like I am kind of like my own thing. Like I don't hang out with like I never catch up with hanging with bears because I'm never on the fucking Instagram or than like, because all I use social media for is my art, really. Like, you know, I was never like that, like, do you know what I mean, in terms of like, hi guys, like, how's it going, like posting stuff and like networking and shit. Like I'm the opposite of that. My whole life people have come to me, like, you know, it was always like, oh, let's go to Alex's gaff, like, do you know what I mean? Like everybody was like everybody always used to come to me, like, so I'm not used to like keeping in touch with people and like letting people know that like I care and fucking I'm thinking about them and stuff like that. Like, and I'm not saying I need to do that because people are like, where's Defender? Because like I don't get that impression. But that would definitely be a possibility that people think that I, like, you know, I'm not really like hardcore, even though I really am. Like, do you know what I mean? I'm really hardcore. Like I really give a fuck. Like, but it's just the way I operate is like it's always funny when I hear Owen complaining about like, you're fucking not writing me letters and all, and is anyone like does anyone remember laughter? It's like, is anyone even listening anymore? Like I listen to every stream, and I have done for like probably nearly between 5 and 7 years now. Like I've been listening to Owen and watching every stream for so long now that I can't remember exactly when I started. Like, and I am one of those people that has been like heavily influenced by his words and by his like on stream revelations in the moment, and then being really touched by like moments where he's playing a song or something, or like, man, when he ran over his dog, I was like, oh, you poor fucker. That must have been rough. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, pun not intended. That must have been rough. Like, oh fuck. Cause I had a dog for fucking 14 years. Like, dogs are awesome. Like, do you know what I mean? And it's just, it really is the relatable shit. It's that he's bridged the gap between, like, you know, everybody used to idolize all these like well, they still do, but like idolize these celebrities, and there was no like actual, you know, grounding between reality and fantasy and all, like, and the fact that all of us, like, so many of us have even met him. Do you know what I mean? Like I talk to Iron Man Bear regularly, like rings me and stuff. We hang out, we chat for like an hour and a half sometimes. And he was like, oh yeah, like I went down and I fucking visited Owen there the other day. Like, do you know what I mean? And like the fact that like that's so dangerous from someone like his perspective, like, do you know what I mean? Like for someone to be so open with their life, considering so many people are aware that you, like, do you know what I mean? Like, you'd be paranoid out of your mind that some lunatic could send you a fucking, you know, envelope full of anthrax or something, like, do you know what I mean? Especially if a lot of pedophiles hate your guts because you're like a fucking an example of like wholesome moral living, like, do you know what I mean? It's like, it's heavy shit, like, it's the sort of stuff that like none of these people who bitch and moan could handle. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've often thought of, like, you know, fuck, like, what if Painting did blow up into something and, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of people were watching me and, like, you know, like, I just get, like, messages and, like, offers and all this stuff. Like, I would be very closed off for a long time till I, like, managed to discern who to trust and who not to trust. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, that's how people get fucked up. Like, you know, like, oh, we love your content. Like, we'd love to make this deal with you. And you're like, oh, yeah, money? What? Attention? You know? And then before you know it, you're, like, roped into some fucking, you know, it's like a front for a drug ring or something. Like, and you're like, what? I didn't know they were doing PCP in the back. Like, it's like, yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Rico, bitch. Like, that's why a lot of that stuff is so hush-hush and nobody says that. And, like, because they get leverage on you, you know? Or like, yeah, well, if you want that label deal, you better keep your mouth shut, you know. So like, I've even had thoughts about that where like, I'm like, you know, what if somebody tried to turn me into a brand, you know, and you fucking see like a fucking beard and a top knot on fucking lunchboxes and stuff, like, you know, it's like, I'd never want to become that. I want to make my own toys. I want to make my own brand, you know, in the sense of like, building my own empire and business kind of thing, like, do you know what I mean? But like, I never want to be owned, you know. And I think a lot of us are like that. I think it's one of the main reasons we resonate with Owen's stream so much is like, yeah, what now? Like, I don't want to be that guy that just bitches and moans and complains about like how shit everything is. Like, I actually want to be able to take action and do things in my day-to-day life that will actively improve my day-to-day life and the day-to-day life of those around me. And even my little like fucking, like, what I get, like fucking max like 30 views regularly, like, do you know what I mean? And the fact that some people have turned around to me and been like, you don't know that like you're helping people on your stream means a lot to me and stuff. And like, I nearly started crying. Like, I was like, what? Like, I like, cause like none of, like, I didn't see myself doing this at all. Like, do you know what I mean? I thought it'd be a gamer streamer or some shit, like just being like, you know, and then an artist and shit, like, you know. And the fact that it's all gone like this, and I'm fucking painting the Coninator and shit, like, I really couldn't be happier. You know what I mean? I know it may not like seem like it some days, especially the last week where I'm like, oh my god, I'm so fucking tired. But I'm just being real. Because I'm always like that. I've always been like that, where I'm just like, I'm not going to, despite the fact that I LARP as a fucking half Japanese, half Irish demigod on the internet, like, I'm like the opposite of fake. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, especially like in person, like, you know, I will look you in the eye and tell you the shit you don't want to hear because I genuinely give a fuck about you. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I'll tell you to stop doing things and stuff, like, you know, and a lot of people don't like that, like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's funny to me, like, whereas I really appreciate that. I really appreciate where people are just like, you know, stop being a fucking idiot, like, and I'm like, yeah, you're right, like, you know, like, it's just crazy how everything is like panned out so far, and I'm genuinely really excited to see how the next few years go, cause I can like feel something coming, and that's why I know that like. Not that I know. I don't know yet, but I believe the last week was a series of tests, and I think I failed a few. I definitely failed a few. But then other ones I did quite well with, where, you know, I'm becoming much better at holding fast. I'm becoming much better at holding fast, at like maintaining discipline and control over the demons in me, and I'm beginning to, like, you know, I'm definitely beginning to understand how, like, you know, the it's not what you think, or it really isn't what you think or what you say or what you feel or any of these things. It is simply what you do, you know, because you can use your free will to just take action in any given moment, and almost all the time it is your ego, your mind, or some kind of outside influence that is trying to stop you from doing something. When you know in your heart of hearts there's like something else that's much more subtle and much more quiet, because that's its nature, but it's like trying to just like push you to do something, great even, you know. So without any further ado, we shall engage a shitload of tunage and a shitload of goo, a shitload of painting goo. Today's going to be a long one. My ass is going to be very numb by the end of this. Absolute hard boss. We're going to start with yeah, we're going to start with the fucking doodle 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 doodle, and then we'll move on to the classics, you know. I know 2 Acres like just sitting there like a cokehead, like chewing on his jaw, being like, I'm fucking raving goo. Like, okie dokie. This music rises my chi along with my tea. Oh man, when I was in the kitchen listening to it, fucking hell, like I was like getting so amped up. Surrogates was a good bit of gravy. I can see that being reality soon. Man, some people are already like that. Some of the shit I've seen. So what you're saying is actually happening on some level. So what we are saying is actually happening on some level, or you are saying? You left out a word, Stabber. So what are saying? But yeah, man, it does. I've seen that happen a few times, and like it's happened like in a minor way for me, and then I've seen it like happen for Owen, in the greater bear community, where like over the last few years, like, you know, we'll be like talking about shit, and like it does seem like stuff just kind of like pops into reality. And maybe he was kind of just sitting there the whole time and he didn't notice it or something, like, you know, because that's definitely happened in my life. But it does look and appear like I would call it evidence, even if it is, what would you call it, like vague or circumstantial. But I think there's a fair amount of evidence that this place is a lot more to do with the immaterial and the consciousness level than we've been led to believe. Like, I don't think this place and how it works is at all what we've been led to believe. I think, like, I know I sound fucking crazy when I say this shit, but I genuinely think there's a strong chance that in the next few years, there's like, because of all the shit that's coming out and all, like, I think we're gonna see some crazy shit. You know, I won't be surprised if you start seeing like superpowers or mutants and stuff in like actual people and stuff like that. Because I don't, like, a lot of what people would be like, yeah, I just think that's metaphor or whatever. Like, I don't think so. I think one of the reasons why a lot of stuff has been suppressed is because it's real, and with the right training and the right know-how and the right like mindset or whatever, I think people can, or even just the right like environment and diet and circumstances or some shit. I think humans are capable of much more physically and mentally and spiritually than we've been led to believe. Like, I think people could potentially and have before fly, shoot fireballs, control elements, Because, like, people look at stuff and they're like, were dragons real? Because there's so many myths about dragons, and there's so many stories about dragons, and every culture has dragons, and every culture has a flood, and every culture... Well, every culture also has, like, you know, gods and fucking, you know, demons and angels and, like, human-style things that are, like, you know, really powerful and magical and all this fucking stuff. Especially some of the Indian shit is, like, off-the-wall wild, like, you know, and... I seriously wouldn't be surprised if if we can't do it just with our own bodies, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a way to like there's probably a form of technology that we are unaware of that allows you to amplify the innate electromagnetic properties of the human body to such a degree that allows you to manipulate stuff in your environment. Like I've said this before, it's like if you could move air, you know, with like if you could like change the temperature in the air in front of your hand to such a degree that you caused the air to move to such a degree that you could knock something over on the table, that would easily be misconstrued or like seen as like, oh my god, he's moving stuff in his mind, or it's like telekinesis. But like, what if it doesn't work like that? What if it is actually alchemical and it's science based, where just like your mind is powerful enough to convince your body that a sugar pill is a cure to cancer, and that's why placebos work. Just like that, what if you had a placebo where somebody like genuinely thought that they could move shit, and it actually allowed them to move shit? Like, that's the stuff I think of, where it's like, how far does that go, you know? Like, that stuff fascinates me, like. It cut a whole sentence off. I said they are offering free abortions and vasectomies outside of a political convention. Fuck off. Like, now... they are already genociding themselves. Was that going on with like that DNC or the RNC or whatever, like those national convention things that you guys are having leading up to the election and shit? They're giving free abortions and vasectomies outside of a political convention. Oh my god. Come on by, get your fucking dick clipped. Like, what the... Come on by, kill your baby. Fucking hell, like... Like, it is, like, it's like that, you remember Futurama, where it's like all these people queuing up for a fucking suicide booth, like, you know, how do you want to die? Slow and painful and violent, or, like, quick and clean and painless, like, you know, it's like... It's the extreme result of free will in the negative polarity, where it's like... I'm free to do whatever, like, you know, I'm free. You know, you can't tell me, you've no authority over me. Like, there's no God, there's no right and wrong. Like, you know, I just feel how I feel. It's my truth. Like, you know, I'm free. I can do whatever I want. Like, free. Freedom. Freedom to do what? To kill yourself in the most, you know, profoundly contradictory to your own fucking existence, gobshite fucking stupid thing. Like, and like, I find it so funny because a part of me, like, a small part of me, like, genuinely really understands that. Where like, that's why I think guns on a level are a bad thing. Like, do you know what I mean? It's a lot harder to kill yourself with a blade than a gun, you know. Now, arguably, like, you know, fucking hanging yourself at rope or whatever, like, people say that, like, that's not that bad of a way to go. I mean, people choke themselves to fucking bring themselves to a climax, like, do you know what I mean? So, like, hanging yourself, there's a reason so many people do it, you know? You just set it up, let go, and it's quick and easy, and it's over in a few minutes, and it's not like it hurts and shit, like, you know, and you lose consciousness fairly quickly depending on how you do it. If you really do it right, you can fucking snap your neck, and, like, it's pretty much instant. So, like, you know, it's like Owen and your man were talking about how the double-edged sword of things, where it's like, look how easy it is to defend your home with this M4 rifle. It's like, yeah, well, look how easy it is for some dude to just, like, snap and shoot up a load of people with that thing, like, you know, which I'm pretty sure has happened. I don't think they're all psyops, but it makes sense that those would be psyops, because they could have a lot of people who want there to be more gun control laws, so they would fake a shooting so that would happen, you know. Like that stuff happens without a doubt. Like, I'm completely convinced that that stuff happens, that like there is definitely stuff that is done to provoke, you know, all that shit, like, because it just makes total sense, and it's like really old. It's the type of stuff that, like, you know, they show you in movies that they used to do in Rome and shit, where they're like, we must convince the people, you know, like, it's just like lads eating grapes in their togas with some bitch sucking his dick, like, while he's just having a chat, you know, like, fucking eating cheese and stuff, and like, just in the blocks, like, you know, the people, they need entertainment, so we give it to them, you know, like, just this overindulgent fucking grease bag, like, it's just, you know, they need it, and we will provide it. Like, it's funny, because, like, when's the last time you seen me drink something that could be misconstrued as wine? It's just, like, it's squash. It's like that blackcurrant shit, like, I'm trying to cut down on coffee. I've noticed that a few times, where, like, I'd be sitting here sipping coffee and, like, playing tunes and, like, ranting for, like, fucking 2 hours, and then I stop and the fucking sweat coming off me. Oh god. Right, I said I'd put tunes on. Yeah, they are already genociding themselves. But you see, like, that's where I get into the whole thing of, like, on the one hand, they're doing stuff to cull the herd, but on the other hand, they're, like, literally breeding a society that they can feed off of for as long as like, their ideal scenario is to breed a society that they can parasitically, they are breeding a society that they will use as a host. And they're obviously using science to, like, expand the ways that they can use a society as a host. And, like, that stuff, when you go really think through all that stuff, like, yeah, I do completely agree with Owen, where it's like, well, if it's over that much of amount of time, like, that tells you that it's something that's not human, at least. Like, whether it's, like, fucking, you know, some other beings, like extraterrestrials or some shit like that, like, you know, or demons, you know, could be both. Like, I don't see why both couldn't exist. I've said this before, like, I don't see why you couldn't have a whole slew of entities that we would, if not given the right perspective, like, considering we're ignorant, if you saw one of these things, you'd be like, oh my god, that's a god. That has to be a god. What else is it? A fucking kaiju? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, because that's where my mind goes. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, but what is it though? And how do we know that it's that? Because, like, if you had a big fucking being, like, monster thing that could, like, communicate with you, I was like, you know, bring me babies to eat and I will not kill you all. You know, like, you'd be like, well, how do we know it's telling the truth? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that thing could just be lying. Like, do you know what I mean? For all we know, this thing isn't a all-powerful demon thing, and it's just a giant squid from, you know, Liberantasia, you know, which is a continent that we didn't even know existed. You know, because, like I seriously wouldn't be surprised if all this shit comes out in the next few years. It's like, look, we had to lie about the whole globe earth thing because most people can't handle that minotaurs are real and they live over there. You know, like, I wouldn't be surprised at all. If anything, I'd be like, That's so cool. Like, so we're like, chances are we're gonna see some really cool, like, off the wall shit. Like, that's really cool. But again, double-edged sword. That also means that you're going to see some fucking off the wall shit. Like, in a bad way. Like, yeah, fucking skinwalkers snatching babies out of fucking houses, like, and then just like legging it down the street in the middle of the night, like bitches running out of their houses, like, my baby, and it's like, what are you gonna do? Call the cops? Fucking demon thing just snatched your child, like, and then it's like, you'll have the, like, instead of being like, you know, lock your doors at night and, like, you know, always make sure your children are safe and all, like, it'll go back to biblical times where it's like, make sure before you go to bed you paint this symbol on your door. Like, so the skinwalkers don't take your babies. Like, imagine how off the wall life would get if all that shit started to become real. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh my god, like, Bigfoot's actually a thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and then, like, 100 years from now, they have DEI for Bigfoot, where it's like, just because Bigfoot has a tendency to pull people apart at the arms, does it mean that he can't work at Walmart? Like, you know, like, just because Bigfoot is an interdimensional cryptid that has a tendency to fucking brutally murder people while they're camping, does not mean that he can't hold political office. Like, like, because, like, that's, I think that, like, I kind of agree with your man Alex Rose in that, like, I don't necessarily have a lot of, like, in a sense, I don't have a lot of hope for this place as far as mankind is concerned and what we're doing. Like, I think it is just like going off a cliff. It's gonna, like, burn to the ground. But I don't think, like, the world's gonna end or mankind is going to be extinct or whatever. It's just like a lot of people are gonna die and shit's gonna change. Like, and it's gonna be wild to witness it. Like, that's basically what I think. Like, you know, like I've said before, like, if anything, I get excited. Like, I think one of the main reasons why I go on rants like this is because this is one of the few times and places and, like, environments where I feel like I can just say everything that I'm thinking without actually negatively affecting anyone. Like, do you know what I mean? Because, like, if I say all of this stuff, it has a tendency to, like, completely overwhelm the female, where I'm like, okay, I'll stop talking about interdimensional demons and pedophile rings and all this stuff for a minute. Like, and, like, I didn't used to be able to do that with my old friends, in a sense, because, like, it would always get to a point and they're like, ah, but that's crazy, like, do you know what I mean? And, like, I consider very little in that realm to be out of the realm of possibility. Do you know what I mean? Like, what's that thing out of Assassin's Creed? Is like, nothing is true, everything is permitted. I know that sounds like, you know, utter grabble, which in that context it is, you know, especially the way they use it and stuff. It's basically, you know, history is written by the victors. Is basically how I think they're coming from it. But, like, if you think about it in a different way, where it's like, nothing is true, everything is permitted, it's like, there is so much different contexts and, like, subcategories and fucking compartmentalizations in life that it can actually be quite difficult to come to a singular defined truth with something. Do you know what I mean? And that's why you have that, like, a rose by any other name would smell just as sweet. It's like, I know what it looks like, I know what it smells like, I know what it feels like, and we call it a rose. But it's like, calling it a rose does nothing. It's just an identifier, you know? But that doesn't mean that there isn't great power in sound and words and stuff, because there's definitely power in sound, so there's definitely power in words, you know? Sun Tzu says, never interrupt enemy when he destroy himself. Yeah. It's that, yeah, you're dead right, like, do you know what I mean? And that's what, like, Owen is right with the whole, how do we actually compete? How do we actually, like, succeed? How do we actually action change, you know? And it's like, become more independent, become more, you know, self accountability, responsible, fucking, like, you know, homeschool your kids, fucking, like, do it all yourself. Do it yourself in your own world, with your own garden and your own community and like all this shit, and bloom where you're planted. And that makes perfect sense, because that decentralizes the resistance. The resistance is decentralized. There's bears everywhere, you know. I thought that was. I couldn't stop laughing when he was like. I couldn't stop laughing when he was like, "I got bears in the FBI. I got fucking bears everywhere." Like, I got people just telling me shit. Like, oh hey Max now, fuck it. Yeah, like, I got so confused when I see that Laura. I thought it was Classical Learner Bear. That's the nigga I was thinking of. I don't think is Laurel Classics is like a totally different person, isn't it? Like, so I was like, that's why I was like, no, that can't be right. Like, Laurel Classics isn't who I'm thinking of, unless I'm wrong and it's the same person. I don't know, like, but I haven't a clue. But like, I just thought that was funny yesterday when, like, because I was talking to the female about it, and she was like, no, really? And she was like, on Instagram, she was like, no, I think they're completely different people. And I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, no, like, are you thinking of Classical Learner Bear? And I was like, oh, right. Like, I thought Laurel Classics was Classical Learner Bear's actual business name. Like, Laurel Classics, or like the books or whatever. Like, such a retard sometimes. Oh. But did you find out what's actually Nope, you're right. Very different person. Yeah. So, like, who's Laurel Classics? Do Laurel Class, like, you know, like, look, that's how out of the loop I am in the, like, the social network sense. That, like, I don't know who, like, any of these people are, and I couldn't give a fuck. Like, but, like, I think that's the way to be. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, unless it's like, I'm not like, you know, like, I get where you're coming from, maxed out, where, like, you're just scrolling through Instagram and you see some shit and you're like, guys, like, what the fuck is this? Like, you know, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's a good thing. You should kick the fence now and again to see what the crack is. But, like, I'm not a recluse, but I'm just so comfortable being on my own. I can just sit for hours drawing and painting and listening to music, and then, like, you know, playing video games and watching videos. Like I didn't always used to do this, but, like, I do this a lot now, where, like, while I'm playing video games, I have stuff on the laptop or the phone or something, and I'm, like, absorbing esoteric knowledge while I'm playing video games, and some mad synchronicities have happened. Like, I think I might have mentioned this the other day when I was playing Nier Automata, which is about, like, way in the future where, like, humans are extinct and they've created these androids to go destroy robots that have, like, taken over Earth and shit. It's, like, convoluted as fuck. Like, it's mad. Like, great game, though, and the way it's done narratively is actually quite artistic and cool. But I was, like, listening to the Investigating Babylon series, and he's talking about, like, automatons and, like, man-made machines that look like people and all this stuff, and I'm playing a game where I'm playing as androids. And, like, what made it even more of a weird sync was, like, it's been years since I played Nier Automata, and I just, like maybe subconsciously, because I was listening to Investigating Babylon and he's talking about this stuff, maybe subconsciously there was a part of my mind that was like, you should play Nier again, because there's loads of gravy in that game. You know, like, and I just did it, like, you know, because I think that happens a lot. I think there's a possibility that your subconscious is actually, like, a purer version of you that's, like, working in the background on autopilot, where it's like it doesn't have, like, an ego and an agenda and, like, wants and desires and stuff like that. It's just, like, it's just your soul interacting with stuff on a fundamental level, and it's just reacting to stimuli and being like, that's good, that's bad, that's good, that's bad. And that's why your dreams can be so confusing, is because it just mixes all of these experiences into, you know, a new experience, where it's trying to tell you something and show you something, and it doesn't know how, because it doesn't operate in the same way like a wake consciousness does. You know, it doesn't operate in the same stuff, because like being awake is like, it's all about stimulus. Like, do you know what I mean? It's all about like your senses and what you can see, taste, touch, and hear, and all this shit. Like, you know, and then like the secondary function is like you think about stuff and you feel things and all. But like if your subconscious is like the opposite of that, where like it is pure, it's pure, just like it's your fundamental innate essence interacting with concepts, and maybe even like, you know, influence from demons and angels or stuff, but it's just like sitting there pulsing in a like a binary way, just being like 010111011110, and it's just like that's what's coming into your dreams during REM sleep. Is it's trying to be like, you think of this a lot, you still haven't gotten over this, this shows up in your stuff a lot, you know, you don't realize this about yourself, and like we're always trying to interpret it and shit. Like, my dreams are fucking off the wall. Dick Fordu, welcome. Laurel Classics is the motorcycle apparel guy. Ah, okay. Is he gay? If he's in the letter, he's probably gay. I let my wife come to the truther realm on her own, but still guard and protect her from the big psyops. Learned a while back that you cannot truth rape. Yeah, like fucking I've done that to the female a lot, but like not intentionally. We'll just be like chilling out in the room, and like she's like watching something and I'm playing something, and then we get talking, and then I'll like start just like going off on a tangent, cause like a subject matter comes up, and I can see it in her face. Like she gets to the stage where she's just like, "Oh my god, please stop!" Like, and it's not even because of the subject matter. It's the like, I can talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and I could go from like thing to thing to thing to thing, and I could just keep going. Like, and it just doesn't stop. And like for someone that, like, I completely understand, like, do you know what I mean? Because I'll see it on her face and I'm like, do you want me to stop? You know, like, because I'm not a narcissist, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm really like aware and empathetic and shit. So when I see someone's facial expressions and I'm like, oh, you're getting annoyed. Oh, you didn't like what I said there. Oh, like fucking, like, I'm like a fucking, I probably do have some level of autism, because sometimes I'm like a fucking robot or an android where I'm just sitting there going, I'm just analyzing input, you know, and then like she'll like sigh in a particular way or something. She'll be like, okay, yeah, and I'm just like, you're done with this. You don't want me to keep talking about this and all. And she'd be like, look, I'm really sorry, but yeah, this is too much right now. And I'm like, yeah, you don't have to apologize. It's fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because I get it, like, you know, because from her perspective, like, she couldn't give a fuck, you know. All she cares about is, like, when Love Island is on, and, like, you know, she's gonna ring her ma and talk about, like, you know, I really don't like that fucking Tommy bloke, he was so mean to Jenny, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's all she gives a fuck about. Like, she doesn't care about, like, fucking meta-gnostic stuff, like, which is good, you know, because, like, that's what, like, because if I was like that all the time, I'd probably be fucking even 2 stone lighter, and like I'd probably look like the elf. So it's good that I have like someone in my life that just like completely grounds that, you know, in a sense. Because I think if I had if I was with a female who was like just as into the stuff that I was into, I'd probably be like insufferable to a lot of people, you know. I'd like, you know, we'd be like the truther couple or something. Like, I don't fucking know, like, you know, I get that feeling that it's like the reason I'm supposed to be with Wishy is because, like, because there's some stuff has happened over the 10 years we've been together, and even the way we ended up together, it's like, that's not, like, there's something weirdly synchronistic about that. Like, it do, like, I'm not into, I say I'm not into woo woo, but I talk about fucking potential telekinesis. It does genuinely appear that I am fated to be with that particular female, which sometimes is kind of frustrating. It's like, when you're arguing and stuff, or you're having a bad day, and it's just like, oh, you look up at the gods, and it's like, why did you like her? Really? Why? She doesn't even listen. She doesn't even want to listen to a damn thing I have to say. Why? And it's like, because she won't listen to what you have to say. You need that in your life. Fuck. Like, it's incredible. It's humbling and useful. Like, you know. I'm out of the loop too. I don't really know or care about Laurel Classics. I just think he's been around for a long while. Maybe from when Owen lived in LA, etc. But I don't know details. So Laurel Classics is leather-clad bear. Right on Stabberoo, my girl isn't a normie, but isn't full truther like I am, so I selectively inform her and let her come to her own conclusions. Yeah, like your missus is cool. Your missus is fairly like, your missus comes across fairly strong. Like she can handle like a lot of truth, but then she still has that feminine quality of like, ew, I don't like that. You know, I don't want to know. Although she was very unhappy with me telling her pandas were fake. I can imagine. That sounds like the type of thing your missus would be like, no, don't tell me that. I love pandas. Like, that's such a female thing. And how funny is that? That is a female quality, to be like, no, don't tell me that truth because it'll ruin stuff for me. Like, you know, there's how many men are doing that right now? How many men are out there being like, no, that can't be true? And it's like, dude, like, come on. Like, well, how does Owen put it? No, don't tell me that, because then I won't be able to jerk off. Like, oh my god, like, yeah, like, there's definitely a lot of dudes out there who are like, no, don't ruin porn for me. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh well, he's probably been trying to turn BB towards the rainbow and finally gave up. Oh wow, you guys have been together 10 years. If I knew that, I forgot. Yeah, fucking. I'm turning 33 this November, and I met, and then like, you know, within a year of her like being introduced into my life by a friend, we started seeing each other. So like, I say that though, I mean, if I'm gonna tell, like, I was with someone when Wishy came into my life, and I cheated on your one with Wishy. And I was like, I'm not that kind of guy, I can't do this at all, this is so wrong. Like, and I told the woman I was with, well, I say woman, fucking, what was I was 19, your one at the time was probably like 18, 17. And I told your one at the time, and she was like, okay, like, I hate you for that and all, like, but I still want to be with you. And I was like, fuck. Like, because I was expecting the whole fucking prick, get away from me, like. And I was like, I remember turning around to Wishy and being like, well, I'm staying with, I'm gonna stay with blah blah, it's the right thing to do and all, like. And then me and Wishy fucking engaged in relations again. It's just like, oh, it was fucking such. I was such an asshole, man. Like, I was such an asshole in my early life because loads of, like, it is, man, trauma fucks you up, like, you know, and depending on what kind of person you are, and you react differently to it. How I react to being fucked with, like, this is what I've realized about myself over the years. I am, like, whatever it is, like, you know, fucking, I'd love to get onto Gardener and get my fucking celestial chart done, because I got a very basic one done and it was like fucking spot on. But I don't know how to read the like intricate details, and I'm really interested, like, because I believe it's like profoundly useful to have like a reference to the type of person that you are. And I'm like I'm, as far as I know, I'm a Scorpio. You know, and like, you know, some people say that our calendar is so fucked that everybody thinks they are something when they're not. You know, you've been told that you're this and you're actually this. It would make sense if I was an Aries, because like I do have alpha qualities, and I'm quite like bullheaded and fucking like warlike and shit, and Aries is the god of war and all this shit. But it also makes a lot of sense that I'm a Scorpio, from a lot of perspectives, because Scorpio rules sex, death, assassination, betrayal, murder, violence. Like, Scorpio rules all the fun stuff. Like, and throughout my early life, when I got hurt, I had a deep desire to. It goes one of two ways. Depending on the person, I'm like, okay, I really didn't like that and you've hurt me, but I like you so much, it's okay, I forgive you. So a lot of people actually started to walk all over me because they figured, like, oh, Alex is so sound, he won't do shit. He, like, you could fuck with him and he won't care. Like, he's like, he just eats, like, he just eats shit. Like, he just takes it on the chin every time and just keeps walking. Which, can be an admirable quality, but, like, there were some times where, like, I got sick of eating shit. Like, and in those circumstances, I am like the scorpion in the sense, like, metaphorically, of, like, I'm very defensive and I will wound you deeply. Like, whether with my words or whatever, I will hurt you profoundly. I will, like, break your heart, even if you just, like, it depends on this, like, you have to hurt me. Do you know what I mean? You have to make me go, like, oh, ow, you motherfucker. And then, depending on the scenario, like, if I get angry enough or something, I get into that mode where I'm like, fucking, your villages will burn. Nobody will ever know you ever existed. I will remove you from the history books. Like, I get, like, intense. Like, and it makes sense to me now that, like, I think the reason why demonic influence works on me so well is because, like, I like it. Do you know what I mean? I like parts of it. I like, I think fucking, I think demons are awesome looking. But I also think demons are awesome, or fucking angels are awesome looking. Like, it's like, I think things can look beautiful, but then I think like, things can also look, like, mean and cool and stuff, like. And it's the same with women. Like, you see a very wholesome, conservative, like, just naturally beautiful woman, where, like, not being sexually provocative at all, and you're like, oh wow, she's, like, gorgeous, like, and then you see, like, some goth, trashy, fucking scantily clad, 6-inch nail, fucking stiletto heeled, tattooed, fucking dyed red hair, vampire looking bitch, who has daddy issues and is not worth the trouble, and you're like, oh yeah. Like, that's my kind of woman. Like, what's the meme on the internet is, like, I can save her. Like, that kind of thing. It's like, it's the double-edged sword, like, do you know what I mean? It's the yin and the yang, it's the angel and the demon, like, do you know, it's like, the little guy that comes up on the screen when people super chat me, when people pay for PEINTEINGU, what did I call him? Hugh, just like HU, instead of saying human, I just called him Hugh, and he's got he's this little blue furry cute thing with pink demon horns, but he's holding a halo on a string. Because that's how I feel, like, a lot of the time. I feel like I am this, like, fucking monster that, like, likes being a monster, like, likes fucking being, like, eating junk food and, like, drinking and fucking doing drugs and, like, and all this stuff, and, like, likes the dark and the dungy and the stank of, like, like, there would be times where I'd walk into the fucking men's toilets in Fibbers and get that waft of, like, a dingy rock bar men's toilets. It just smells like piss and cheap beer and leather. Like, and I'd be like, oh, I'm home. like there's a song by a band called After the Burial that is called Mire, and it's like, there's a line in it, it's like, I feel so much better here below, down here where the eyes aren't gilded with gold or something, like. And there is something to that. There's definitely something to that where it's like, I don't want to like hurt people. Don't get me wrong. I like violence. So in that sense, like, you know, like fighting and martial arts and stuff. But like, I'd be just as happy chopping down a fucking tree. Like, you know, that's violent enough for me. Like, it's just like, here's an axe, chop down that tree. Hell yeah. It's not like I have a fucking need to go like, you know, I wonder what it'd be like to like feel somebody's beating heart in my hand. Like, it's like, I only feel like that when I'm angry. Do you know what I mean? And like, I'm not the only one. Like, you remember fucking Khabib? Like, you fucking, I wanted to bite his heart. Like, men get intense. Like, women, like, we look at women and we're like, you know, something minor will happen as far as we're concerned. And they're like inconsolably sad. They're like fucking crying their eyes out like a fucking 2-year-old. And you're like, what's this? You know? But then the inverse of it, like, you know, something happens and, like, you have all those fucking videos on the internet of, like, a guy standing up from his desk and, like, picks up the monitor, walks over to the fucking printer and just drops the monitor on the printer and then presses the print button, like, 10 times in a row, like, you know. Fucking goddamn piece of shit! Like... Men can wild out too, like, and I definitely have that. Like, I did that. That's what I said the other day. Like, I had that. I had a fucking bitch fit there the other day, like, and destroyed 2 of my recent paintings that I was working on, like, and they were like really good. Like, you know, even the female turned around and was like, the new symmetrical's looking really cool, and I was like, yeah, I think it's gonna be deadly when it's finished. I'm gonna charge like 800 quid for it, and like, I think someone might buy it. Like, do you know what I mean? I fucking ripped the thing apart like it was tissue paper. Like, fucking raw. Like, I know it's only canvas and wood, like, but like, do you know when you're so angry that like stuff, you feel so strong, you feel so powerful, like stuff that would like require a bit of effort if you were just in a normal mood, you know. If somebody was to turn around to you and just be like, break that apart with your bare hands, you'd be like, okay, well, like, you know, you'd have to like put some effort into it, like, you know. But when you're in like kill mode, you're just like, everything just moves out of your way. like everything just feels so, it's like light and flimsy and like my old room in my house where I grew up, I'm not taking the piss, like, actually looked like a fucking bomb went off in the room, because there was huge sections of all of my walls that either had new plasterboard insets where they had been repaired, or there was like holes, you know, because like at least once a week for years somebody would say something to me or something would happen where I would just go, ah, and just like stick my hand, like the amount of times I hit the joist. The amount of times I hit the joist and my hand would just stop, you know, and just go in a little bit, like, and my hand would just swell to the size of a fucking balloon, like I hit my hand so hard one time that my middle knuckle, I thought, like, for a second I thought I'd need to go to the hospital or something. Like, I thought I'd broken my hand or something, which I probably did, fracture something. But it, like, fucking, I had a massive hematoma, like, spanning my whole 4 knuckles and the back of my hand. It was huge, and it came up so fast. And everyone in my surroundings was like, oh my god, dude, you're after breaking your fucking hand. Like, what the fuck, man? And I was like, no, I'm fine. I didn't break anything. I'm fine. And it's weird. I was right, in a sense. Like, I might have, like, gotten a minor fracture, but, like, because I kept doing this, and I was like, this really hurts, but, like, I don't feel anything. I don't feel any structural damage. Like, it is. Like, sometimes I feel like an android. They're like, I've done stuff to myself and shit has happened where people are like, dude, are you okay? And I'm like, I appear to be fine. Like, the damage seems purely superficial. You know, like, perhaps I should ice it. Like, and that's all I did. I got some peas, and I heard you're not supposed to do that now, but like, I got some peas out of the fucking freezer and I just put it on my hand, and the swelling went down. But then was it the following day or the same day? my dad came over to the house and we had a massive argument, and I freaked out. And as I went to punch something again, my friend at the time was like, "No, chap, don't do it." I fucking punched the wall with my fucked up hand, and it immediately it got so much worse, and it went purple and all this shit. And he was like, "Oh my god, you definitely have to go to hospital." Like, what the fuck? And I was like, "I'm fine. It's just swelling." And I just left it alone, and it was grand. I had superficial damage and stuff and all. My skin was fucked up and all. But I used to do it all the time. I would just be like, "Ah!" Just straight through a wall, or a fucking sometimes I would intentionally hit stuff that I knew wasn't going to break because I wanted to feel that Sometimes I would be like, "No, I actually want to break my hand, so I'm less inclined to punch something," But it's I'm dangerous. I'm dangerous. I'm one of those guys that's I'm not one of those soy boy little fucking flimsy dudes that it's if he freaks out, it's fine because somebody could just put him in a full Nelson and he'd be grand. I'm really fucking physically dangerous, and that's why it's so important for people like me to have a hold of that, you know what I mean? Because it's when you have some dude who's fairly athletic and he's on PCP and he's just running around the fucking highway naked and all, that's why it takes 10 officers to bring him to the ground and arrest him and shit. Because one dude can be an army if you're just in the right mindset. Do you know what I mean? It's got fuck all really to do with size and genetics and shit. Some of it's genetics, but it's more often what the person's actually capable of doing. Do you know what I mean? And then if you mix in drugs and then an emotional meltdown, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. I bet his favorite Judas Priest song is "Hellbent for Leather Dick." Fucking hell. Wish he thinks the same thing. Wish he thinks the same thing of what, that it's good that I'm in her, that she brings me down, that I need that in my life. Probably, yeah. Yeah, seriously, our relationship's gas. Do you know what I mean? Fucking most of the time, I'll be come on, you're being a bit childish. She's leave me alone. I'm just a girl and all, But then there's that 20% of the time where I'm being a fool, or I'm being a bit of a bitch about something, and a bitch about something in the sense of me not dealing with it well. I'm not dealing with it the way I should be dealing with it. The way me getting angry, as far as I'm concerned now, is me being a bitch. I completely agree with that notion of if you genuinely think that you're a real man, it's then you should never get angry. Obviously there's going to be moments where well, no human could do that and not get angry or whatever, but it's kind of, you're still angry, but it's the way you express it, and that's why the discipline is so important. It's alchemical. It's an alchemical process that can be controlled and refined, and can be performed in a much more productive and efficient manner. Your natural, instinctual, primal, violent, masculine, testosterone-driven side is there for a reason. It does have a use. It has there's a positive for it. It's one of the things that in today's society, especially we're all fucked up and shit, and the lines of things are blurred and all, and a lot of people don't know what they don't behave in a proper manner and stuff, myself included, but the guys who are in the shit, who you know, like soldiers or fucking firefighters or, you know, police, you know, fucking deep sea welders, like, you know what I mean, like guys who do really high stress, really mentally taxing and physically taxing stuff all the time. That's what allows them to do that. Is that fight thing of like, you know, I'm going to slay this demon. I'm going to slay this dragon. And you can't slay a dragon with hugs and kisses, you know? So just had my 18th anniversary on August 5th. Oh, congratulations, man. What you do for her? You go out for a meal? Married her after 4 months of dating. 4 months, that's awesome. After 4 months, you were like, yep, this is it. Yeah, exactly. Here's to many more, indeed. Sexy goth temptresses are fun, but it won't fulfill you. Ask me how I know. Do I want to? Do I want to know? And to answer your question, yes, I am. I am going to. Right. Let's paint Borat with a banjo gun. Shall we? Enough of my frivolous mortar ramblings. It is time to paint. I place my roy rag upon my divine knee in preparation for the goo. I get my bitches wet. Give them a good beating. And use my royal rag to dispense of all of the evidence. She is now ready for the goo. Are you? Painting goo. Right. Time to paint a Kazakhstanian. Paint! We shall place him here. Part of me wanted to get up an image of Bora. I'll just do it from memory. It'll probably end up funnier. Painting goo. Painting goo. Painting goo. Painting good. Painting good. Very good.
Indeed, God bless the women in our lives who put up with our madness. And may God bless us in the process of putting up with their madness. I don't know why, but the sentence "true love is intentional" just came to mind.
Painting goo-goo. Painting goo-goo. Painting goo-goo.
You remember what colour tie he's wearing? What colour tie is Borat wearing? I know he's wearing a grey suit. I can't picture the tie though.
Painting goo-goo. Painting goo-goo. Painting goo-goo. Painting goo-goo.
It's like a beige tan tie. Okay, cool.
Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo goo goo. He's wearing the same color. Yeah, it's a full suit, isn't it? It's like fucking grey suit jacket, grey suit pants or trousers, whatever, and then shoes. Nice. Man, he was huge back in the day. Everybody knew about fucking oh, what was the fourth thing he fucking did? What, Ali something? Ali G. Everybody fucking knew Ali G. Fucking Ali G movie's hilarious, it is. Congratulations on time served. I know, it's funny, isn't it? Like, I'm not even married yet. Like, I'm just engaged to be married. Like, you know, I don't know when we're gonna have the money to get married or when we're gonna get married or whatever. Like, there will be a point in the next few years where like my income becomes like stable and significant enough that like we'll be able to put some money aside and fucking get our own place. And once we have our own place, I'm pretty sure that's at that, like, on the day she'll probably be like, you know, right, yeah, now. Like, do it now. Me and Mr. and Mrs. Budbear just celebrated their 14th anniversary too. That's awesome. Apparently bears get married in the hottest months of the year. It's the best time to have a wedding, you know, and get the best photos. Oh, painting. Oh god. Ugh. Painting. I'm gonna switch bitches. Painting. Google. Some more agua on the go. Squirt, squirt.
Ah, my favorite part too.
Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo.
Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Coincidence that goo is in the word agua? I think not. Agua.
It's like, I love that. It's aqua's now spelt with a G. Is agua? Is it actually spelt with a G in like Spanish or something? Agua. Remember when the fucking what's that? Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Everybody just calls him Ronaldo. Remember when Ronaldo did that, where he moved the Coke over and then picked up the bottle of water and was like, agua. Like, that is fucking brilliant. Like, do 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 do. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. I couldn't stop laughing. Actually, it was fucking. I thought it was hilarious that 2 Acre and 2 Acre's name and my name were like right beside each other in Baller's letter. It was like he was thinking of us at the same time, probably, or some shit. Like, like 2 Acres would have like used to fish and hunt for gays. I fucking pissed myself. Oh man, it's so fucking funny. Yeah, that's actually hilarious. Like, I swear to God, my initial impression was Demon Hunter was just put a G in aqua. If the goo doesn't fit, force it. Like, if it goes not, force it. Goo or goo not. There is no trying to goo. I could make that a t-shirt. I could be like, goo or goo not. There is no why. Like, goo or goo not. There is no why. Like, why goo? Like, like, The fucking Wagyu burgers and Wagyu steak just came into me head there. Like, Wagyu! What, you mean the burgers? No, not that kind of goo. Like... I always think it's hilarious when they hear an Australian say, Wagyu! You got that Wagyu beef. Smash. How funny is that? Like, she was fucking, like, it makes it out like fucking well, not makes it out, like, it seems apparent now looking back that like Sacha Baron Cohen is like, could be a fucking like a psyop. Do you know what I mean? Because like, after seeing pictures of Kazakhstan, you're like, Jesus Christ, it's beautiful looking. Like, look at the women. Like, like, I think you can tell a lot about a place and its culture if like all the women in the photos are like fucking gorgeous and really healthy looking. Do you know what I mean? You could probably say a lot about a culture if you see that. Like, probably see modern day photos of fucking Ireland. It's a load of fucking black obese bitches. Like, welcome to Ireland. Shame! Oh, recipe. Ooh, tuna. Man, I fucking love tuna melts. Every time I've like cheese and tuna and some bread there and all, like, I'm like, lunchtime, tuna melt. See ya, Max. Much love. Before the bears, catfish noodling used to mean something else. 2acre used to... 2acre used to like intentionally get himself catfished, like you'd see a bitch's profile picture and be like, she better not look like this. I swear to God, when I meet her in person, she better be ugly as fuck. I better be able to smell her before I see her. Come to me, flesh color. You elusive swine. Man, like, the fucking Black Myth Wukong released like yesterday or the day before. It's a single player action adventure game based on the Monkey King myth. And like, I did kind of giggle to myself. I was like, they're making a video game about him now? The fucking shit! Like, the insult! Like, I was like, what would Defenderu think of this? Like, well, I fucking can't wait to get my hands on a PS5 and play that. It looks so good. It looks so fucking good. And I'm like, that's the type of thing, like, you know, when I'm watching anime where I'm playing Japanese games, like, I play it in Japanese with the subtitles. The Japanese and Chinese voice actors are so much, like, it's very, very, very rare that they get a load of English dudes or Americans or whatever, like, you know, English speaking, to dub over or to, like, you know, translate an Asian product, and it turns out well. It's very rare. You have to watch it in the original voices. It's so much better. Like, it's funnier as well. Like I think I crack up laughing when some of the animes I'm watching, like, you know, and like the way they're being animated and all, and they're like, it fucking cracks me up. Like, you just reading the subtitles. Why did you do this to me, father? What have you done and all? Like, but the image you're seeing and the voice you're hearing, you're like, it's so whiny and Asian and shit like that. You can't take it seriously. Like, Tamara, Nani? Like, what episode of Attack on Titan am I on? Like 17 or something. I'm not sure. What's the last thing that happened? Oh yeah, they all decided to join the fucking Survey Corps with Eren. It's one of the best openings to an anime ever. Where, like, that giant thing just shows up and kicks a hole in the wall and everyone just starts freaking out and running. Like, the giants are so creepy looking.
Give me that brown.
It's like a really aggressive way to ask for heroin. Give me that brown! Okay, nigga, take it. Jesus. Like, or like a really aggressive way to ask for your Mexican slave back. Like, you there! Give me that brown! Like, excuse me, but is L brown to you? Painting goo.
This brown needs more red.
Bullshit. It to drop the bitch.
Oh, glorious!
Tuna. Painting goo goo goo. How dare they honor the Monkey King? Ah, he deserves it. You know? I mean, it takes a lot for a monkey to be made a god. Respect is due, you know? Give him his kudos and his bananas. Doesn't mean he can't make mistakes now and again, though. Huh? Paint! A good Kazakhstanian shade of flesh. Get that Kazakhstan tan going.
My favorite of the Ace Combat series, AC5, had English or Japanese voice actors. The story hits different when you listen to their Japanese voices.
Yeah, like they put the emphasis in the right place and all, like narratively and shit, like, you know, and in the dialogue and stuff, like when you see someone get killed and like, you know, like they put the emotion into it, like, you know, whereas like quite often like the English translation will be like, no, you know, and it's like, it just sounds so gay, like, do you know what I mean? Like a lot of the time it sounds really flat and gay and like just poorly executed. But don't get me wrong, I mean, like there's the game Sekiro, there's a good example of like both are great. The Japanese voices and the English voices are like really fucking good. But I think they you know, made the extra effort to do that, and most people don't. Because like there's a boss, one of the first bosses you face is a dude who comes running out on a horse on a battlefield, and he's like, in Japanese it's like, Watashi wa onnayo! He's like announcing himself, you know, and like doing a battle cry, you know, and it's just as good in English, where he's like, my name is Onimu Anawa Korisawa, and all this shit, like, you know, and it's great both ways. But like a lot of stuff is is like terrible in the English, and then fucking awesome in the Japanese or the Chinese or the Korean, whatever. Like, you're on season 2 now. Yeah, I left it away for I left it alone for 2 days because like I'm going in between the stuff about Midnight Productions, and that thing was like 3 hours long, and then I'm also watching the Investigating Babylon series, and then Attack on Titan. Those are like the 3 things I'm like swapping between at the moment. Nobody tans like a Kazakhstan. Love it. No, never. I will never honor that shit frigging furbar. And like when we eventually get back into Chinese heaven, when I paint Chinese heaven and we like go into the painting and we finally get back to Chinese heaven, and the Monkey King's there and he's like, you know, my friend, you know, I banished you for a reason. You were being fucking whatever, like, and like I'm trying to be nice about it and understanding and be like, yeah, look, I get it and all, and Sabaru just comes up behind me and interrupts me and it's like, you fucking piece of shit. Like, and you've just got all these like Tanto knives like stuck in you. Like, oh man, we need to animate this shit, seriously. Like, like I'm standing there like, Brother Stabaru, were it not for us being banished by the Monkey King, Paintingu would not exist in Earthrealm. And like, I don't care! He's a dick! Like, fuck you, you shit-flinging furball! And like, the Monkey King's just like, who the fuck is this? Like, is this one of your fans? When he gets to Chinese heaven, the true Stabaru finally comes out and gets super stabby with the Monkey King. Yeah, like, he fucking starts murdering the Monkey King, and like, shit kicks off. We get kicked out of Chinese heaven, like, permanently. Like, and like, we start the next season of Paintingu with like, okay, so, that happened. Like, Paintingu's now gonna have to try and get into a different heaven. Like, that'd be hilarious if like we should do that where like we eventually get back in, and then like something hilarious like that happens and like it all goes tits up and the Monkey King is dead now and all that stuff, and like we'll switch and like I'll start doing a lot of Norse themed paintings or something like that. Odin, my man. Like, turns out Chinese heaven's kind of a drag. Like,
Painting. Painting.
I find skin tones so difficult sometimes. But then sometimes I don't. I don't know why. no honor, just knives out. This is for kicking out Defender. Like, we finally get back. And you just fucking freak out and murder him. And we get immediately kicked out, like, way worse than I got kicked out in the first place. Like, you literally just killed a god. Like, oh, it'd be fucking hilarious. We would be kicked out of Chinese heaven, but welcomed into Japanese heaven, right? Probably. They'd, like, send word to Jap heaven, like, you know, like... The Japanites have killed the Monkey King. What? Light the fires! The prophecy has finally come true. The Monkey King has been slain by a mortal bear. So far, so good. We'll put some work into the banjo. I fucking love this bit. I don't know why, I just think this sounds so nice. It's like etheric and spacey, but like epic. Painting. Needs to be darker. I suppose that would do for the moment. Yeah, I want like a wooden brown, like the wood you see on an AK kind of brown, like, you know, well, the shade of wood you see on most firearms, really. That kind of like stained red oak look, or we would be like the episode of South Park with the battle between City Walk and City Shushi. Until they hear what happened to Chinese heaven, and then we are relegated to Polynesian heaven where they will try to eat us. It just starts this whole thing where like every season of Paintingu is we make it into another heaven. We like make it in with another heaven, like the group of the gods. And like Defenderu like can't find a heaven that would like he belongs in or will accept him for who he is or whatever. So he chooses to make his own heaven in Earthrealm. Which is basically, from what I've heard, that's what the Monkey King did. He like created his own mountain and he just wanted to be left alone. Like, Oh god. Think about I tried to think ahead a little bit with this one because I was thinking about it. Was it last night or this morning? I think it was last night. I'm gonna try and put like how would it look if I was to put a handle. There, and then finger guard, trigger guard, there. Because this is no ordinary banjo, this is a gunjo. Will I make it a bullpup and put the clip near the fucking what's the body of the guitar? I don't know guitar jargon. Will I put the clip in front of the handguard, or will I put it back here and make it a bullpup? You can do either or. Part of me wants to put a scope on it, like really make it look like a gun. Like I'm gonna put a barrel coming out of here and all. Like, painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo goo goo, painting goo goo goo. Japanese hate the Chinese so much they buggered off to their own island just to be away from them cousins at war. That's what it looks like anyway. I love listening to the original Blade Runner soundtrack. Lots of people doing remixes of that. It would be like Trailer Park Boys, where they end every season in jail. Yeah, like every season would end with us getting into the heaven in question, and then like for some reason getting kicked out like almost immediately. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, we finally made it. They're like, oh yeah, shake hands, bow, all this stuff and all, like, and then something just kicks off. Like, that's like, get out! Don't you ever come back here. Like, it's like, all right, lads, back on the boat. Like, it'd actually be hilarious if it was just Sabaru every time. Like, every time it's Sabaru. Like, first time he kills the Monkey King, and then we end up going to Japanese heaven, and then he starts a fight with someone because one of the like disembodied spirits in Japanese heaven is known for how many times he survived committing seppuku, and Sabaru is like, I have committed seppuku 33 times, and I am still alive. And the spirit is like, well, I committed seppuku like over a period of 1,000 years. That's why I made it here. Like, the two of you just get into an argument over who's like, who did seppuku more without dying before eventually dying and going to heaven. Just the two of you start fighting in the background. Like, it's like, what's going on? Like, oh, it's so funny. Like, we make it into Norse heaven, and Sabaru's fucking like fascination with knives like evolves and transforms because he sees Mjolnir and he becomes obsessed with hammers. So he steals Mjolnir and like we like fuck off on the boat. Like, we're like fucking in a tent later on or something, resting after a great Nordic feast, and fucking Sabaru reveals that he's after stealing Mjolnir from Thor, and I'm like, what have you done? Like, we just fucking leave in the dead of night. Like, the next painting I do is a painting of Thor crying. Oh, it's starting to get dark. I'll have to put the big light on. In Norse heaven, Odin, who the fuck broke my spear? Like, after the feast, when we're all going back and sleeping in our tents and stuff, you just hear somebody freaking out, like, who the fuck? Like, Sabaru's just like in the corner, like, I did nothing. It wasn't me. Like, oh god. I need to just employ an animator. But maybe not. I don't know. I would love to learn how to animate. But like painting, it's a very time-consuming activity. Skill. Very time-consuming skill to learn and to like get good at and shit. So that's why I haven't like delved into it already. But there is there's stuff beckoning me towards it, definitely. Because there's other things that I'd love to do, like, you know, I probably mentioned it before, but I'd love to do a cartoon series like for the bears that kids could watch, and I could, like, the one I came up with, it's just called Defender Bear, and it's about a bear that defends a village of bears from grabblers, and like that's just his job, you know, like it's like I basically came up with the premise for a cartoon that you could do loads of stuff in, like Samurai Jack or something, like, do you know what I mean? You give it a basic premise, and then like you can do loads of different like stories and shit within that premise. And it's basically like Defender Bear is a bear that defends a village, and he's got a hammer and a shield, and the shield is called Truth and the hammer is called Justice or something, like, do you know what I mean? And instead of being addicted to like honey or something like a normal bear, he's addicted to gravy. But he can only get gravy from like the nearby city, which is like full of bad shit, you know? So he like that's how he like interacts with like demons and stuff, is like he's addicted to the gravy, like, you know, and he can't get gravy in the village, so he has to get gravy from like the city. Like, it'd be like, I wanted him to be like the reluctant hero, you know, like he's like a curmudgeon and like he doesn't like dealing with responsibility and all this stuff and having to keep the village safe, but he's like ridiculously dangerous because like the side effect of like all the gravy he consumes is like all that calories and protein and all has made him like way bigger than your average bear. like I have if you go on to Bertaria Times, fucking my profile picture on Bertaria Times app is the picture I drew for that cartoon, and it's like a buff bear with a hammer, and he has the old school, you know, the villain visors. It's not just villain visors. I mean, the Teen Titans had them. You know, like Robin, the Teen Titans has that. It's just like a black visor, you know, with the white eyes. And I just thought it'd be hilarious if like the Grabblers were like, they're like, you know, either weasels or snakes or something. And they're always just coming to steal stuff from the bear village and shit, like, and very, very, like, I didn't write anything down. All I did was that sketch of the bear. But that was the basic idea, would be that, like, he's actually called, like, it's just a bear called Defender Bear, and he's called the Defender Bear because he defends the village. The bear village, like, from Grabblers. And I thought it'd be a really cool thing to, like, because, like, imagine that. Imagine if he's actually had, like, if the bear community actually had a cartoon for your kids to watch that was, like, really fun and exciting, but had no, like, weird fucking subliminal messaging, subliminal imaging, fucking, like, none of that shit, like. Because, like, we all love, like, old Disney stuff, and we all love, like, old Cartoon Network shit and all, but there's loads of, like, dark shit too. Because the people who are doing those things are, like, fucked up, like, you know. And I think it'd just be so cool for, like, the bear community to be like, we have our own, like, cartoon series that kids can watch, and adults, that is, like, moral, you know, and funny, and, like, action-packed, and entertaining, like, you know, and all that shit, like. Hilarious every time Stabru loses his shit and things crack up. Yeah, like, that'd be the bit, is every time it's always Stabru and something just goes wrong, he, like, steals Mjolnir, he fucking kills the Monkey King. like that's a great way to start off that thread, that team, is like, we finally get back to Chinese heaven and we're like, oh, we're the Monkey King, like, you know, and I'm all like, you know, I'm cool, I've, like, grown a lot, like, do you know what I mean, I don't harbor any bad energy, and, like, me and the Monkey King are, like, broing out like we used to and all, like, and Stabru just, like, murders. What are you doing here? This motherfucker! Like, stop! Like, make it, like, really bloody and violent, but still funny, like, you know, like a fucking, like, Happy Tree Friends, or, like, a Adult Swim kind of thing. Like, he's, like, stabbing the fuck out of him, like, and the Monkey King is, like, in, like, excruciating pain, and he's like, why? Like, you know, like, make it really graphic and violent, like, but, like, hilarious at the same time, like, and we just have to bail, like, you know, all the rest of the Chinese gods would just be like, you know, like, just standing there wide-eyed, like, what have you done? Like, and we're all looking at Stabru like, get back on the bow. Like, sorry. like, we'll deal with you later. Like, dude, like, right after killing the Monkey King and realizing that I'm not happy with him, like, what the fuck did you just do? He just immediately commits seppuku. He's like, he's always trying to do the thing that he thinks I will, like, you know, praise him for, but then the second he does it, I'm like, what the fuck? And he just commits seppuku. Like, dude takes the blade out. It's like, no, not the fucking seppuku shit again. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I'm surprised you could cut through the scar tissue. Give the AI another 5 years and we would make that cartoon happen. Yeah, but that's what I wouldn't want to do it with AI. Like, do you know what I mean? I'd want to fucking get good at animating and like, cause like the first couple of ones could be like really basic, bitch. Do you know what I mean? Like I could do the first couple of ones just as like a pilot, and it'd look like South Park back in the day. Like, do you know what I mean? It'd just be like moving drawings and stuff and all. Like, and then over time, as I got better at it, like we could do some like proper anime shit. Like, do you know what I mean? Like. Because, like, that's what I envisioned it as, is, like, you'd have epic fights with the Grabblers that are, like, really well choreographed and really, really entertaining visually and, like, action-packed. And, like, you get that, like, that cathartic of, like, yeah, get him! You know, that's it, Defender Bear, crush the bad guys. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you'd have your kids being, like, fucking... Like I think it'd be cool for the kids in the bear community to have their own superhero that's a bear that's completely moral. Like, do you know what I mean? Well, like the only immoral thing is that he has a gravy addiction. Do you know what I mean? So I suppose it's like, you know, is that like a drug connotation thing? But it's like, I don't know. I mean, you could be addicted to chicken. I mean, like fucking, I know I am sometimes. I got these frozen like chicken goujons from Aldi, and like they're so good. Like they just throw a load of them in the air fryer and just like, oh, chicken. like Tekken. You remember if you've never played Tekken, chicken. Like, I don't know who the fuck came up with that. Like you'd be playing Tekken Force, where it's not like two people fighting each other. It's a side scroller, and like you'd have to fight your way through a load of bad guys across the screen, like an old school arcade thing. I was deadly. I used to love when they did Tekken Force in Tekken games, and the health pickups was just a big roast chicken on the ground, and when you walked over it, picked it up, it just go chicken. It's fucking. Oh man. Ah, the memories. I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee. I'm gonna turn the light on, all that jazz. I'll be back in definitely less than 10 minutes. I'm gonna stick on some more tunes and I shall return. And we'll keep gooing till like, I don't know, I could probably, what time is it now? 5:45. We'll just goo till we drop today. I'm gonna goo till I can't feel my lower back, never mind my ass. I said that to I said something similar to the female yesterday. She was like, "You streamed for a bit longer than you do, like, you know, today or whatever." It was like, yeah, I was gonna go for longer, but my ass was numb. I needed a break, and then I texted her being like, "That sounded gay." She was like, "Yeah, it did." What I said there sounded monumentally gay. Okay. The classics.
Sandstein Clinical White.
I have no interest in your tuba of white. Female peddling your mouth smut shit.
Generate sampler. Alright, so let's see what happens.
After a gravy bender, they always have to drag Defender Bear out of the dumpster. Yeah, like there'd be really stuff like that where like there's like a group of young cubs who like they like always try to hang around with Defender Bear, you know, like because they think he's cool and stuff and he's the local hero and shit. And he'd be like, Defender Bear, blah blah blah, and he'd like crawl out of like a fucking like a pigsty or something, and he's like got gravy chunks all over him and his shield's on top of his head and stuff, and he's all destroyed. He's like, what? And they're like, Grabblers are attacking the village and all. He's like, oh fuck. Like obviously he wouldn't curse, but like that's the kind of like I wanted him to be that like curmudgeon-y, like, you know, he's like hard on the outside, soft on the inside, reluctant hero thing, where like he doesn't he just wants to be left alone. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but like the environment he's in and the scenario he's been put in, it's like the Grabblers are always fucking with the village, But the village have been good to him, so that's why he stays at the village. He likes the village. He likes the kids. He likes the people. Like, do you know what I mean? He likes the positive energy. Like, he's like, he likes being around innocent stuff. He likes being around good, true, beautiful things. Like, so he's like, yeah, like, I feel at home here, you know? But he's like really big and intimidating and scary and like, you know, a bit of a fucking asshole sometimes. Not like really aggressive, loud, like, you know what I mean? Like, but like, that's what makes him so effective at like fucking up the grabblers, like, you know? So like, I thought it'd be like, there was like loads of like little ideas that I had where like it's funny you said that you crawl out the dumpster, because I literally like instead of a dumpster, I had him crawling out of like a pigsty or a fucking I think it was like a giant chicken hut or something, and like a lot of chickens would like fly out of it with feathers and shit, and be like blah, 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 and then like the cubs would look in, and it'd just be like Defender Bear, like, and all you can see is his belly going up and down, and it just has a ladle on top of it. Like, like he drinks so much gravy he gets hangovers and shit. Like, I find it hilarious that a stream chat can write a better cartoon show than anything going. Man, it's the same with it's all the same. It's the rest of the stuff, like with the funniest people ever are like dudes on building sites and stuff, like, do you know what I mean? Just because it's in the mainstream and just because there's millions of dollars behind it doesn't mean it has value and doesn't mean it's good, you know? Anyway, embrace the tunage and I shall return shortly. I shall return in a mere Rogan of time.
Swappy's refurbished iPhones perform like new, because refurbished means full functionality. So you can capture all your memories in high definition. Swappy, around for good. Visit swappy.ie.
Feel the bubbles melt.
Right. I am refueled. Oh. Okie dokie. We sleep, and we dream, and we paint, and we go. Oh, glorious Java. Painting goo 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 goo. The song was literally made for the stream. There's some songs that I've played on this stream or like playlists where I'm like, this was made for the goo. There was an ad with an English accent. I feel gayer for having heard it. Well, you gotta talk to Big Bear about that. You gotta pay our gay away, go to Big Bear. You don't wanna level up your honor level or get yourself some honor or make your honor have greater integrity than you pay for painting. And I just, every time I say P, there's coffee all over the mic.
It's gotten to that point where I need to trim my mustache. So I probably need to pay the gay away for not wanting to trim my mustache because I want to, like, I like when it gets long enough that I can, like, curl it and shit. I'd love one of them, like steampunk beards. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I'd love just, like, a monocle and, like, you know, like, the twisted ends. Like, yes. Like, painting, 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 painting. Was ist das? Painting. Do you guys hear that little bling when I get a notification? Does that show up on the stream? I'm assuming it does because, like, I have the desktop sound going through, so I'm just curious. Painting. Oh, glorious!
Irish Life Health now gives you access to
Female!
who are specialists in
Nobody cares about your
Irish
plight.
female health.
I have moments where I think of foregoing the beard, but leaving a long mustache in the old Germanic. Man, that would suit you so much with the, like, with your voice. Not like, hey! Like, oh. Sonia obviously is against it. It's always the female. The female's always like, but I like when you look prettier. It's like, woman, I wish to look primal as fuck. Like, I wanna go Viking again. Like I had hair down my ass, practically. Like, it was like down by my tailbone. Like, my hair was that long. Like, what was it? The ponytail they took off me was 14 inches long. I think we still have it somewhere. We never donated. It's just sitting somewhere in an envelope.
We sit in the sun, in bed, we sleep.
It's like my version of the Dorian Gray painting, like.
Each of us dies slowly. The present.
world order consume us all. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. There's still some white on that bitch. There we go. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo.
I demand to know what's going on in my house.
Goo 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 goo. Okay, goo. Yeah, fuck, I'll just go with black. I was gonna go really dark grey, but I'll just go with black. World order consume us all.
We sit in the sun, in haze. We sleep. And we dream.
We paint and we go.
Each of us dying slowly. The prison of our minds. We sit in the sun,
We paint and we go.
in haze. We sleep. And we dream. Each of us dying slowly. The prison of our minds.
We sip and we rant. We paint and we go. Painting goo 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 goo. And yes, the ding is audible. That's hilarious. I could have sworn I turned notifications off and they still fucking go, like. Looks like goo for lunch break today, glorious. Looks like goo's back on the menu, boys. They are not for eating. What about their legs? They don't need those. I need to watch all of them again. It's been too long since I watched all of them. I fucking love the orcs and the urukai and it's hilarious. It's like I was talking about at the start of the stream. It's like I like demons. I think they're fun. Like, you know, at least like the way humans portray them. Do you know what I mean? Like, which is probably not like what an actual demon is like. Like an actual demon is probably more like, well, more than likely, way more sophisticated. Well, it depends on the level of demon, you know? So there are different tiers of demons, according to the Bible there is, you know? Lesser demons, greater demons. The Japs have all sorts of stuff like that, where there's like, you know, demons that like steal stuff. Demons that like annoy you. Demons that will try and drive you a bit mad. And then there's demons that will literally like rape women in their sleep and like impregnate them with like a fucking hybrid demon baby child, like, you know, like, which I think, like, you know, there's quite possibly just a lot of bitches back in the day didn't want anyone know they were fucking around. A demon came and fucked me in the night, you know, that's why my child has red hair and not black. Like, a fucking defender who was smoking a pipe in the background. What? Like, it has what hair? Weigh the anchor! Like, Painting Goo is setting sail for somewhere else. We'll be back in a few months. It's like, defender who goes around fucking spawning demigod fucking children in every continent. Like, oh god. Painting. 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 Goo. Like, there's some mad cunts out there that are doing that, like, and it's like on TV shows and documentaries and shit. Like, some dads are like, I think I seen one there recently. Some dude is getting like done in the courts, or they're trying to get him done in the courts because he did the thing that Vince Vaughn movie's about, where like he made sure that his sperm was being donated to like hundreds of women and shit through a sperm bank or whatever. Like, oh, it's fucking like. Got that Genghis energy going, like, you know. What demons think is fun ain't much fun for humans. Yeah, but that was my point, is like, I say I think demons are cool or stuff like that, but it's not that though, because like, I know what demons, well, I don't know, but I believe that actual demons are like genuinely malevolent and like actually evil, and like they're, whether they're an entity or a physical thing, like they don't, there's no semblance of like any kind of like you know, anything you could enjoy about them, you know. Whereas like when you look at stuff like orcs and monsters and like oni or yokai or like, or jinn, or, you know, or genies or whatever, the way we represent certain dark stuff is like really cool, you know. Like I did a drawing of a jinn coming out of a lamp, and it's only a small doodle, but it's actually one of my favorite doodles in the last few years. And if I was to do like a cartoon or a video game or something where a jinn was like being used, I'd use that. They're just really cool ideas, like, you know. Like, I think there is something to the ideology of like, it's not really good and evil. It's more like there is just everything in existence, and everything in existence has a polarity. So it kind of has both. And I think Christianity, big style, was like, no, angels and demons. And it's like, that can be useful to be like black and white. The Masonic thing of like the balance and stuff, but like I don't think existence has ever been in a state of like perfect harmony. Like maybe it has, maybe Eden was a thing, you know, whatever, but like I think the nature of the realm and like how all this works, you know, the giant clock, like the turning, the circle of life, the cycles, I think the nature of it is that there are gonna be times where like there's insane imbalance, and then, but it's gonna be both. Like there's gonna be times where there's like an imbalance of good, you know, like I was saying earlier on, it's like, it's not good to be extremely good, because that also makes you weak. Because if you only know good, you don't understand evil. If you don't understand evil, you're not going to know how to combat it. So if there's only good, then that's not good. Like these type of like philosophical, esoteric, like abstract, conversations are they're what really get my brain ticking, and then like coming up with stories and stuff. I've been thinking that when I get my hands on a better, like, I might be able to do it now, but the camera quality would be kind of shit. But if when I can set up a situation where there's a camera above me looking at what I'm doing, and then I can just focus on what I'm doing, and then so you guys are just looking at what I'm drawing or painting or whatever. Would you guys be interested in, like, if I did streams where I'll like show you what I've done so far with like something like Redhead or Gunduck or Defender Bear, and like on stream we'll like talk shop and like come up with stuff, and I can literally like design it in the moment. What should he look like? Should he look like more like this? Should he look more like this? What's the shield gonna look like? Should we call his shield truth? Like shit like that, like, and I could like do like a workshop stream, where we like make shit together, or like you guys help me make stuff.
Oh God, he's coming back. Get out of here.
Painting. Was ist das? Eine Advertisement. Scheiße!
Sensodyne Clinical White gives 2 shades
Oh,
white
you
to teeth
fucking
and gives
bitch,
24/7
shut
care
your
for
mouth.
sensitive teeth.
Shut your bitch face. Wuridaru! Welcome. I always thought that Urukai were badass when I was a kid. Yeah, I think, like, it's just cool, like, Human jokes are cheeky shenanigans. Demon fun is cruel and sad. Evil shenanigans. Yeah. They're like, that's yeah. That's what I'm like. I'm like, paint. Fuck it, I'm cheeky shenanigans, Like, I say I have, like, a demonic side to me, but it's more of, like, just, like, a, negative polarity, like, Like, I've a strong amount of both, Where, like, I can be really positive and really, like, good, in quotes or whatever. But then it can also be really, like, dark. Really, yeah, like, it's probably more fitting to, like, say, like, dark shit. you know, instead of like demonic shit, you know, because there is a difference, you know. But I'm definitely really comfortable in the dark. Like, I like it in the dark. Jacobat looks like he's like that. Jacobat seems like that, like totally comfortable talking to green-eyed demons, being like, so like, what do you guys do for fun? Like, I'm down, I'm diagonal. Yeah, we'll try it one time in the future, see how it goes. Because I'd love to just like, because I'm quite quick with certain character designs, because of the way I do stuff and all, like, so like I could like throw together like a few character design ideas and you'd be able to just see them all on the screen, like, you know, and then you guys could just give me like, you know, pointers on what you do and don't like, and then like obviously like give me your I'm alright. Oh, for fuck's sake, like, I'm down, I'm diagonal, I'm toroid. Fuck's sake. Oh, fucking hell. Oh. It's like one of those things, it's like it's like such a dad joke, but it's hilarious. Oh. I've done a few iterations now of the last turtle, and I've pretty much got the design now, but I'm just finding it difficult to do the proportions and the stance. So I did one that was kind of sumo looking, and then I did another one that was much more like it was still chunky and like round because it's a turtle and it's covered in armor. But he was much more like jacked and intimidating and kind of hunched over. And the female was like, that one looks cooler. The other one looks like kind of fat, you know, like not like intimidating or whatever. Doesn't look like it would be effective on the battlefield, like. Whereas the other one looks like it would sprint at people shooting at it while swinging a hammer. So the sixth and final turtle for this line of turtles is nearly done, and then I'll be able to slap them all on the t-shirt and shit. And I have the old phone that the female said was lying around somewhere. We found it, and I have it charging. So I will be able to take photos of things and post them on my socials again. And I think next week I'm gonna start doing the Instagram promotional things for Paintingu. I don't know if I'm gonna do them every day like I used to. I might. We'll see how it goes. But I'm gonna start doing them again, because I do actually miss doing the whole "you there" like like I think that's a really good bit of like me not looking at the camera and then just like turning and the top knot flops and I've like got the fan and shit and I'm just like, "You there, foreigner! Have you paid for Paintingu?" Like, I love that shit. I think it's hilarious. Like, so I'm gonna start doing those again. That's a problem I run into quite a lot. Is I come up with so much shit that a lot of shit ends up like falling by the side. a lot of the shit that falls by the side is like good shit that I should keep up, you know. But I'm always like, new idea, next thing. Like, I need to like, similar to how the female grounds my mind when I'm being all abstract and shit. I need to learn how to discipline myself artistically and creatively. Because even doing 6 turtles over the past few months has proved like a challenge. Because I'm always like, I always want to start a new symmetrical, or like, you know, I want to put more focus on something else at the time, or like, you know, because it's not like every time I draw a turtle I fucking get paid for it, like, you know. So like I've said, there's things that I'm like, oh, I want to do loads of these, and it's like, yeah, but that's going to take you hours, and like, you're not getting paid for it. Like, you know, you have a responsibility to the female to do the stuff that gets you paid, so like, do the stuff that gets you paid. Like, it's like, but I want to make stuff. Like, such a big child in so many ways still, like. Give Ralph Henry Bear some grief for posting gay stuff in Speakeasy. He needs a 4-figure super chat to pay that away. He's fundraising for BB and Con. The fucking... What did he post in Speakeasy? Just throw the Jew down. Like, I just opened Telegram and it's on Painting Out. It's just take a ball rat. Throw the Jew down the well. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Oh god. My eyes! The goggles, they do nothing! Like... Oh, gosh! Ralph Henry Bear, what the fuck, man? Nobody needs to see that shit, like... Oh, fucking hell, like... I'm not even like I'm not even playing. If I was COD, I'd ban him for a while for doing that. Whatever about paying the gay away, like the second I seen Ralph Henry Bear put that in the speakeasy, I would have been like, nah, nigga. Like, nah, nigga. Like, none of that shit here, like. I don't care how funny it is, I don't want to look at two fags, like, being fags. Like, even if it's, like, by modern standards, seemingly fairly benign, like, i.e., well, it's not like they're fucking, like, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't care, like, they're kissing and, like, holding each other and shit, it's fucking gay! Like, when will the world, like, return to the, like, oh, we're getting there, I think we're getting there, you know? The tides are slowly turning. The gaming industry is starting to turn around because of how Black Myth Wukong reacted to woke people trying to attack it. Like, it basically was just like, fuck you guys. And because of, like, how many people are after buying it and releasing all, like, there's loads of people are talking the last few days about, like, if you needed any more evidence at this stage that, like, if you, like, you know, going woke, you'll go broke and all this shit, like, it's just so obvious that nobody wants that shit, you know? It's so obvious now, even, like, it's not opinion anymore. Or opinion. The market does not want your faggotry. I did my part, my GIF game is top notch. What's this? Why are you gay? Why are you gay? Who is gay? You are gay? What did he say? It's like, do you perform the marital obligations? I love that term. Marital obligation. That's fucking good. I remember Chris Rock saying something similar to that in a joke. It's like, women, you know your man need his medicine and all that shit. Like, there's women who, like, have this, like, cultural understanding of, like, if I don't fuck him, he'll snap. like, and they're not wrong, like. Like, I would put money on, like, I don't know, like, if, because it would depend on people being honest, really, but, like, sexual frustration as far as males go is probably, like, a massive driver of a fuckload of crime. You know, it's not just, like, testosterone and, like, their violence and, like, all this, like, look at all this cook culture, look at all the fucking, you know, was it like, what the fuck they called, incels and all this fucking shit. There's a profound, like, when you're a young guy and you're coming up as a teenager and you're starting to get attracted to females and all, like you're, most dudes, like, it was definitely, I was definitely in this basket or this group category or whatever, or, like, all I fucking wanted was a girlfriend. I'd see dudes, like, going around with a girlfriend and they'd be, like, holding hands and kissing and all, and be like, seriously, that's all I want. I just want some bitch to like me enough to, like, you know, let me do stuff to her. Like, that's all you want when you're a young boy. You just want to be like, especially with all the hormones going and shit, like, you're just, like, why do you think so many lads find it difficult to even talk to a girl, you know? Because it's like, it's not necessarily a fear of, like, you know, oh, I don't know what to say or whatever. It's like, you know, the second you get close to her, you're just gonna have this like overwhelming urge to just be like, can I touch you? Like, it's like, they don't get the training. Like, you know, like young lads don't get trained these days. It's just like, you just get put in front of the telly and all that shit. You're like, you're fucking... Like, how many parents would you say these days actually sit down and talk to their kids about the birds and the bees these days? Like, probably fuck all, you know? It's very common for, like, just young males to be, like, incredibly frustrated, and then they get addicted to porn, and it just makes the whole thing worse, you know? A lot of the problems in society are not these, like, deep, profound, oh, how do we tackle this and all. It's really simple. Just be fucking honest with the way things are and why they're like that, and the answer like shows itself a lot of the time. Painting If you get too much of a vril build up in your loins, it can make you crazy when you can't release it in an appropriate way. Like, yeah, it's even, it's even more frustrating now. When you did hedonistic shit as a young teenager, and then like in your 20s and stuff for years, so it's just habit and it's totally normalized. And now you don't jack off, don't watch porn, like you don't your missus isn't on any fucking contraception or any of that, like. And my fucking pull-out game is second to none, like. And it's not because I don't want kids, like, it's like, what are you gonna do when your female's like, not yet, I'm not ready, and especially in my particular position where it's like I completely understand, If I was her, I'd probably be like, no, not yet. Well, no. If I was her, I would. But if I was in her position and it was still me, it'd be like, fuck it! What happens, happens. But like, she's not like that, like, which is probably a good thing, It's a good thing that I'm like, fuck it, whatever happens, happens, and it's also a good thing that she's not like that. You need the balance. And like, what am I gonna do? Be like, you don't want my babies? Fuck you, bitch! It's like, dude, I make practically fucking no money, like, at the moment. The last time I sold a painting was months ago. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not in a position to complain, like, It is, I just have to deal with it, like.
With Spar range
I'm currently in the position that will set me free, like, and that's what I'm trying to focus on, like. But in the same light, if we're being honest, it's like, yeah, like sometimes you get like incredibly frustrated because part of you is like pining back to the way things used to be, But I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't go back. Like, fuck going back. I'd never go back. I'd probably rather die than go back. But I've always found that if you're not honest with yourself, firstly with yourself, and then with others in your life, if you're not honest, then you're like, all you're doing is causing yourself harm, So even if you're trying to be like, I'm trying to be this and I'm trying to be that and trying to be, yeah, but like, is trying to do that like is it too much? Do you actually need to pull back a little bit and be like, because you can try too hard at something, like that Buddhist thing of like, if you force things, they'll slap you in the face, and if you pull things too difficult, they will go away from you, It's physics. It's like comedy, it's like art, it's like, don't force it, just let it happen, like, you know? Being honest isn't just like telling the truth or whatever. Being honest, being genuine, being, you know, congruent in as many ways as possible, like being like having integrity. It's like, it's difficult, and it requires maintenance, and it requires discipline, and it requires a constant checklist of like, am I being a hypocrite? You know, like, it's work. It's work in itself. It's a responsibility in itself. So I suppose in that sense, it's understandable why a lot of fucking bottom-feeding fucktards have no interest in being moral or anything like that. Like, that's what I mean. Like, when you understand the dark, you start to see it. It's like, oh, you don't want to change. You like being a scumbag. Oh, well, we should probably just hang your ass. Like, you can't do that anymore. So it's like, okay, well, take the vaccines, eat the fucking donuts. Like, oh, now I want a donut. I fucking love donuts. Jam-filled donuts. Desmondu going to be going to the gym right now as we speak, probably. Oh! Whoa! Now that one tasted like coffee. I wish, bro, still at work for another 2 hours. Hey, get that overtime! Painting 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 Okay. Kind of want to put some desert flowers in here and put some more work in the background, let him dry for a bit, and then I might go back in and put more detail. I will try and stay for another hour, just for you, brother. If you've got work for another 2 hours, I'm about to switch gears. We'll get you through that workday. Borat looks like he's fully channeling his desert Slav energy into the banjo. I know. I've captured something. I don't know what it is, but it's something. Okay, let's get some in here. Fucking, what was I thinking earlier on? Actually, I have new posts on my personal thing that might hit the vibe I'm looking for. But actually, do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna listen to this again real quick. It's fucking sick. I know I do. I know, brother. You do too. That's why we love each other. Kindred spirits and all that. Ugh. It's so chuggy. It's always the same. Like, I come across great tunes and stuff like that. Like, it's always the fucking same. I want this to play on a loop for 60 seconds and then they start the song. That's the way I would have done it. This should go for a minute. And then they kick it in. But it's only like 20 seconds or something. Like, and it's fucking baller. Right. Let's get some desert flowers going. Painting goo 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 goo. Oh yeah, definitely, man. I completely agree. It will happen when it happens. Just keep building and making your relationship stronger. Gotta work as a strong family unit once the kids come along, all in good time. Yeah, like it's something that I feel great shame about sometimes. Like Stuntman took the piss out of me there the other day. He was like, "Fucking, just try real hard and you'll grow some balls and tie the knot." And like part of me like was kind of like, dude, I'm fucking engaged. Like, give me a minute, will you? Like, I'm fucking working on it. So like, it's a bit of a sore spot for me because I'm like, the amount of people that have turned around to me the last few years and be like, oh my god, like Defender, you have to have kids. You and Wish, you have to have kids. Like, you'd have such good kids and you'd make such a good father. And the first time I heard that, I was like, you don't know me. I'm fucking terrified of being a father, like, absolutely. And then I say that and people are like, that's why you'd make a great father, because like it means something to you. Like yeah, okay, I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it. Like don't get me wrong, like I think I'd be a cool dad, alright, yeah. And I would know how to be stern and stuff, but at the same time, like I don't know, like I think I'd be one of those dads that, like, if I had a daughter, I'd be like, how do I... Because I'd feel so bad if I was like, put that down! And she started crying. I'd be like, I'm so sorry, baby! Like, but if it was a son, I'd be like, put that down! And if he started crying, I'd be like, you will learn! Like, I don't know, like, I've thought about all this, like, you know what I mean, like... But like you said, yeah. Like, that's my attitude. It's like, it'll happen when it's supposed to happen. It'll happen when it's supposed to happen. Just like everything. But until that time, I remain slightly gay. Painting goo goo. And now we fight evil with the evil. That's what it was. You know, when Owen turns around, he was like, well, if that's Christianity, then I'm not Christian. And if you people are heaven, then I'd rather go to hell. That's what I really vibed with when I heard this song. It's like, you know, fucking, if the heavens won't stand by my side, you know, like, what does he say? Like, it's a really good line, actually. I know it sounds like it could easily be interpreted as like, oh, that's like, you know, that's demonic. But it's like, is it though? I mean, it's called Demon Killer, you know, like. Then to hell with the divine. Like, I do kind of vibe with that, where it's like, you know, because, like, I definitely think there was, like, you know, there's a ton of false gods, you know? So, like, you'd kind of be from the perspective of, like, someone who has grown up in a particular ideology could have that realization, that like revelation of like, well, if you're supposed to be my gods, then fuck you lot, I'd rather go to hell. And someone would be like, that's blasphemy, you're a demonic individual. But it's like, it depends on the context, because if the supposed gods are actually a bunch of false gods, then it makes sense, you know, like. And that's why I find stuff like that like fascinating, where it's like, bad man, it's like, prove it. Show me. You know? Don't just say things. Show me, you know? I'm not crying, you're crying! Yeah, like, do you know what? Do you know what got me really bad the other day? Actually, I was kind of already in a stressful, like, down mood. And I was watching Cops. I was watching Cops Reloaded. And this guy got pulled over. And it turned out he had something stupid, like fucking 7 suspensions on his license or some shit, like. So they had to pull him out of the car and arrest him. And his fucking 8-year-old daughter was in the fucking car with him, like. And she's there, like, in the car, and they're arresting him or whatever, and there's a copper standing beside the car, and he's talking to the little girl, and she's like, is my daddy in trouble and all, and blah, blah, like, and he's like, no, your daddy's okay, like, he just needs to do some paperwork, you know, like, there's something wrong with the car, like, you know, and the copper's being, like, really good, like, you know, he's handling it very well, like, and keeping the kid as calm as he can keep her. And but she turns around at some point, like when one of the cops realizes that your man is actually going to have to get arrested, and like they're gonna have to tow the car and call child services or a relative for the little girl to pick her up, because they're taking him like then and there. She goes, can I say goodbye? And I fucking just started bawling my eyes out, crying. Like, I was just sitting here watching this thing, and just this little 8-year-old girl sitting in the back of the car, like her dad's getting arrested. She's like, can I say goodbye? And I was like, oh my god, that's heartbreaking. Like, and then she's like, they give her a teddy bear, and then like they like walk her out of the car because like they're actually taking him, and she like, bless this kid, like, she goes over to the dad and she's like, I love you, daddy, like, be strong like me. Because like she stopped crying at that stage, and you can see the dad looks at one of the coppers and he's like, oh man. Like, he's like trying to hold it together, like. And like, I wouldn't be surprised if like all the cops were like crying and shit, and this little 8-year-old girl's just going over to the car with her teddy. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if like all the 8 dudes or so that were there were just like, fucking hell. Like, you okay, bro? I just got something in my eye, man. I'm in fucking like, oh, it was brutal. I don't know if or when fatherhood will happen for me. Both of us work so much, but it happens in the right. Well, now that you're in the new house, or like, you know, getting into the new house, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys were pregnant in the next 2 years. Easily. That's why you should be a discerning person whilst listening to this kind of metal. Be stable in your eschatology, spirituality, know thyself. Yeah, like, I know when I hear something and I'm like, that's fucked up, you know? But I also know when I hear something and I'm like, well, that depends on the context. I mean, that's not just like bad. Like, do you know what I mean? And like that is one of the most important things for someone to train, in my opinion, is like your ability to discern stuff. Like your ability to look at something and be like, is it bad? Is it good? Should it be thrown out? Should it, like, can you get some good out of it? Like, so on and so forth. Okay, so some of the latest stuff I've put on my playlists. Cosmic Overload. 90 minutes of instrumental metal. Let's start off with this one. 29 explosive high energy metal EDM tracks.
Hi, my name is Stuart Lerner, and I studied the higher.
No, it isn't.
Science
I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. It's Lerner. I thought he said learner. It's an ad for a college, and he was like, "Hi, my name's Stuart Lerner." It's Laorner. I was like, "There's no way your name is Lerner, and you're doing an ad for a college." Like, come on. Like, it's so close, though. Even though he says it like. Oh, this guy looks like such like the weak, flabby jowls, like the baby face on this nigga is fucking horrific. Like, Jimmy off my fucking screen. Okie dokie. Paintingu. I'm telling you, every fucking tune, man. Paintingu. Oh! I can see it happening. There's gonna be a Paintingu album, whether I make it or not. Oh, I love that. Whoop! Little pinchies. fucking love that shit. That's a cheeky one. Whoop! that's a fun one. This is all just like instrumental tracks. I went through a phase years ago where like all I listened to was instrumentals. Because I just like hearing the actual, just the music with the instruments. But like vocals are an instrument in themselves, like, you know. So I inevitably returned. Yeah, it is pure solid advice, yeah. Know thyself, definitely. I think most of the time I'm really good at that, and then in certain contexts I kind of lose it a bit. And it's usually stuff to do with my anger. Where like sometimes with my anger I can't see the forest through the trees. Anger clouds my judgment for sure. The female texting me on WhatsApp. Are you still alive? Yes! We just went over 4 hours. I owe my beloved Japanites a proper goo, considering how inconsistent and distracted I have been of late.
Painting goo goo. Painting goo. Do-do-do.
Was ist das?
Oh, glorious Gaboo.
Switch gears. I thought that was gonna be heavier.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, fucking. Like, you can move the fuck off my street. Fucking move. I'll fucking move you, boy. I think I'm just gonna expend all the remaining energy I have and finish strong with some of the brutalist shit I've heard lately. Right. For the next 24 minutes, we got to go hard, bro. May this fill you with chi, Desmondo.
Get up.
I heard the bucket swirling while I was refueling a bus and got confused for a second. I thought something sprang a leak. Like, hold on a minute. Am I hearing that in my head or real life? Let's fucking go. Negative emotion points us towards unattended blind spots. Yeah. The dark forces you to see what you do not wish to see. Which is ironic. It's in the dark. But it makes sense though, because like the darkest stuff, a lot of people, like we were talking about earlier on, especially females, but even dudes would be like, oh, I don't want to know. It's like, but it's the truth, you know? Oh, but that's so dark. But it's the truth. Like... Jack Nicholson, like, you can't handle the truth. Oh, did you see me pull that line? Probably not, because you're working, but like, it's fucking slick. So satisfying. Pulling straight lines is so satisfying. Make that particular shade of brown again. Oh, glorious. Paint, paint. Paint, paint.
certain weight. So that makes the body grow then, going through this pain barrier. This last repetitions, that's what makes actually the muscle then grow. If you can't go through this pain barrier, you make it to be a champion.
Good crack. Crack. You forgot the I. There's an I in crack. If it's Irish crack, there's an I in it. C-R-A-I-C. That's how you spell Irish crack. It's not real crack if it's not Irish crack. Get yourself some pure, unadulterated Irish crack. Oh. Try and sip while I paint. Oh, pay for painting, girl. That was fucking slick. Like fucking bullseye out of Daredevil, like. I'm taking a swig while fucking nailing that bitch. The bridge. The bridge. Okay?
Hey, Timmy, did you hear the machines are taking over? The AI? What is happening? Now they're writing our songs. What is this? I don't like it. Ah! Oh no! The machine is broken. Ah! Make it stop!
Needs more agua. Agua. It's no longer agua, it's agua. Pure distilled Irish crack. Now in new piss odor. Pure unadulterated Irish crack. Now smells like piss. Pure unadulterated Irish piss now contains pure unadulterated Irish crack. New pure unadulterated Irish crack piss. Just half an ounce is more than enough to kill a man. Painting goo. Goo. love that. The tone on that. Listening to tunes like this while I paint desert flowers. I wonder what music God was listening to when he created the world. I hope it was this shit. Like dude's making rivers and mountains and flowers, and he's just got a set of headphones on. He's just like, oh yeah. Like, I love that. Hey you, with your 48% body fat. It's like such a bodybuilder fucking like you with your 48% body fat. You fat fuck. It's simple if it jiggles, it's fat. Painting cuckoo. Painting cuckoo. They can't resist the piss. Oh. That's how you start a metal song.
I feel like I'm about to lay down dying. Speed it up. Make it more brutal.
So, crack? Yeah. So you just have like an Irish dude, like it's like loads of different powders in different boxes. It's like, no, it's like that's not crack, that's crack. But they look the same. Yeah, I know. Like I get it, right? But like that's 100% like Irish crack, and then that's the shit stuff. That's just called crack. It's not actually crack. This is crack. Like it's like this is so confusing. Get down! Huh. Why we Gebu at same time? Oh, that's hilarious. Why we Gebu at same time? we are connected on a fundamental spiritual level, brother. Here come the giggles. Gebu sync. Worlds are colliding. It's like the conjunction of the spheres from The Witcher, like the fucking, like, the realms are fusing. Like, you may start to notice that some of you may burp simultaneously as the realms merge into one. Synchronistic flatulence abounds. Does belching counts as flatulence? No. Is it? What, like, or is it like indigestion or something? I don't know. What's the scientific categorization for a burp?
What's the matter? The CIA got you pushing too many pencils?
Hey, Dylan! What's the matter? The CIA got you doing shit. That's so funny. Hey, Dylan! You son of a bitch! It would be so funny if it was like, if they'd have like, hey, Dylan! How are you, nigga? Like, oh, this has to be a record-breaking goo. If it isn't, I'm like, like my memory's shot. Like, I don't think I've ever done one this long. Maybe I'm wrong. I know I've definitely like done like 3.5 hour long ones before. But a 5 hour stream? You don't want to know how numb my ass is right now. I should put a scope on it, shouldn't I? It would just like complete it. I was gonna say phrasing to the numb ass, but that's redundant at this juncture. The numb ass fucking jokes have been exhausted. I want to put a sticker on the banjo. What would be a funny sticker to put on the banjo? Putting a like Star of David on the banjo would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? Like, isn't Sacha Baron Cohen like half Jewish or something? Or is he Israeli or some shit? Fucking looks Jewish. Yeah, like that would be like redundant, just like Canada and gay. It's like redundant, says the Canadian. No!
Whoever stays down is a loser.
Is a loser. Right. We'll go for another 15 minutes and just clear the 5-hour mark. What have I got left? Well, I have shit tons left, but what have I not played yet? What would cover 15 minutes and is like brutally epic? Give me a minute. I have like 300-400 different things here right now. I definitely have something that can cover 15 minutes and be brutally epic. Where's that fucking ooh, it's not 15 minutes, but ooh. You Samasunga. Fuck you, Samasunga. I hate you. I fucking love this song. Painting goo. Papa painting goo. Papa painting goo. Papa painting goo. Painting goo.
We'll never die. We control the night.
Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo goo. Goo 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 goo. It's just fucking like painting. Like painting. Go. If I don't have like a lot of water and like a fucking I sound like shit. Like painting. Go. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting 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 goo 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 goo. I will always go. Painting goo. Whoa. Sound horrible right now. Somebody has a painful painting goo! Glorious! Even that hurt me for a bit. 5 hours gets a tip! Crushing brother? Question mark. Is that a question? Domo for your patronage to painting goo, brother Samaru. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Painting goo 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 goo. Fighter go 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 go. Fighter go 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 go. What's next on the agenda?
Not feeling yourself? Trouble sleeping?
Fuck off! Demonic whore! Trying to brainwash me? Ooh, where's that fucking, is it Invasion? Yeah, this one's deadly. It's long, but it's fucking dead. That's what she said. And we were here to see you make history. Whoa. Samsung makes his shite washing machine and dryer. Let's hit what I can't remember what. I think do we have a Toshiba? I'm not sure. Painting goo 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 goo. Oh, goo! Paintingu, go, go, go.
Glorious! Glorious tunage! 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I have to play with you. And this is 11 minutes long. Deadly.
You have the chance for one daily wish to come true every day.
I was sold a lie. I fucking, like, this is so good, like. Tesseract have a few tunes that are like 8 or 12 minutes long and they're fucking deadly.
18 plus gambling care, i.e. T's and C's apply.
888 Casino.
Oh, fuck. Boo, boo. Painting, goo, goo.
Oh, painting, goo goo. Brown, brown. Sold a lie. My future in disguise. You chose to pay. Painting. Goo goo. Oh, just fucking forgot the scope. Listen to the tone on that. It's fucking deadly. So deep. Oh, glorious! Take me
away. Yeah, definitely. This is the music you hear when the old gods rise from the depths of the sea, yeah. And fucking Cthulhu decides to show up again, like. Quite satisfied with my banjo going. Is it nice? Is on the banjo. You know, the little details. Right, let's sign this bitch. Right, my beloved Japanites, and all you other filthy mortars. Ugh. This concludes the goo. I hope you have enjoyed it. If you have any honor, you will pay for painting goo. May you enjoy your weekend. God bless you all. I will see you again Monday. Same timer, same pricer, same high octane painting energy. From all of us here at the Painting Goo Posse, I bid you sayonara. Be good, be true, and be beautiful. You will never get this. You will never get this. La 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 la. Well done, Defender Osama. Domo. Domo. Right. Much love. Toodles and noodles.